Being proposed to by the person you love and living a happy life is what Rebecca always desired. But after that, her life was no different from a living hell. She always had to live in pain. Until one day, discovering she was pregnant, Rebecca decided to run away from her patriarchal husband. Just when she thought everything was over, Zeppelin did not forgive her at all. He and his mistress ruthlessly snatched away Rebecca's newborn child, and even tried to eliminate her. In the end, she was still a weak loser lying on the ground waiting for the flames to engulf her, and watch them leave triumphantly. When she opened her eyes again, realizing that she had been reborn 20 years ago, Rebecca decided to avenge what she had suffered. How will her journey to reclaim what belongs to her unfold? Let us follow this fascinating story with Lisa Manhwa. Beginning the story, Zeppelin gently knelt on the ground. Rebecca. A luxurious diamond ring was taken out. He smiled gently. Would you be willing to become my most beautiful masterpiece? This action moved Rebecca, Zeppelin. On her face was a radiant smile. Yes, even if I am reborn countless times, I will still choose to become your wife, she thought to herself, believing it was love. I accepted his proposal that day. But things were not that simple, and from that moment on, I became one of the artworks that Zeppelin collected. Some time later, Zeppelin prepared outfits for Rebecca. He smiled gently and praised, Rebecca, you are truly very beautiful. I knew it would suit you. At the same time, Zeppelin turned to the side. What about this? I can't choose because everything is perfectly suited to you. She was about to say something, Zeppelin. She slowly turned her head. I have been invited to a party. Can I go? This caught Zeppelin's attention. A party. Rebecca's expression gradually became sad. Since our wedding day, it has been difficult for me to see my friends again. I really want to see them again. He completely changed his attitude. No, have you forgotten? You are only allowed to attend parties that I agree to. She did not know how to explain, but you only accept it if you go with me, and even if I attend, you do not let me say a word. Not wanting to listen anymore, Zeppelin immediately turned away. Enough. Stop talking. What are you doing? Quickly bring out the next item. His decisiveness made Rebecca extremely uncomfortable. Time passed. After the wedding day, Zeppelin isolated me so I could not see anyone. Things gradually got worse. He made me live like a doll, dressing up beautifully just for him to admire. What had to come finally came. Well, the doctor seriously announced, it seems like you are pregnant. Rebecca's expression gradually changed. Pregnant. In her heart, she felt uncomfortable. At that moment I realized. An unpleasant thought appeared in her mind. If this child is born, it will be like me being placed in his display cabinet. There was no other way. Rebecca immediately ran away. I can't let the child live like a soulless doll. She wanted a completely new life different from her own. In the time that followed, she had to do different jobs. For the first time in my life, I worked with my own hands. Things gradually became more difficult. Her hands became rough, and her face gradually lost its beauty. On Rebecca's face appeared a radiant smile. Yet I am very happy. For the first time in so long, I feel free, and I have a future with my child. Good things did not last long, but the tragedy that came blew away my happiness. Until one day, while Rebecca was still fast asleep, a familiar figure appeared. Zeppelin's voice rang out, Rebecca, I know you are awake. When she sat up, she did not know when he had appeared. She called out in surprise, Zeppelin. Zeppelin gently reached out to her. How naive. Did you really think I could not find you? He smiled and praised. Finally, our masterpiece is born. Realizing something was wrong, Rebecca quickly called out, Psyche. What she feared finally came, Zeppelin. Where is Psyche? Zeppelin did not seem to care much. Don't worry. Do you think I would harm my own bloodline? I just can't abandon my artwork in this dilapidated place. He uncomfortably squeezed her face tightly. His voice was cold, thinking about how it has started to wither before its time. Unable to bear it anymore, Rebecca pushed his hand away. She anxiously ran outside. Psyche, Psyche, where are you? Rebecca quickly ran to the hallway. Psyche, my child. Right at this moment, Alicia's figure appeared, Lady Rebecca. She felt extremely confused. Alicia. Her expression gradually became worried. Why are you holding Psyche? Rebecca slowly walked forward. It is you, is not it? She was completely desperate. So you betrayed me? Alicia, I trusted you. Hearing this, Alicia quickly explained, Lady Rebecca, I had no other choice. She did not seem to care at all. Shut up, give me Psyche now. Suddenly Zeppelin pulled her hair. Not so fast. He coldly threw her to the side. Clearly, the lady has lost her mind. On his face appeared a smug smile. It is okay. I have found a replacement for you. I am leaving. I still have to attend the Duke's funeral. Rebecca, for her daughter's sake, hurriedly ran back. Stop right there. Give me Psyche back. He coldly pushed her to the side. Get out of my sight. Even so, Rebecca used all her strength to bite Zeppelin's hand hard. This made him feel extremely painful. He clutched his hand and screamed in despair. Zeppelin's expression gradually turned angry. How dare you? He turned his head to look at Rebecca. How dare you leave a mark on me? For her daughter, she could do anything. This made him extremely uncomfortable. Out of respect for the time we lived together, I was going to spare your life. At the same time, Zeppelin did not forget to threaten, Rebecca, you brought this on yourself. Because she was too desperate, Rebecca kept shouting, Zeppelin, open the door now. That cold voice rang in her mind. Rebecca, you used to be my most beautiful doll. He completely abandoned her in that place, but I think it is time for you to be discarded. Before leaving, Zeppelin did not forget to destroy her. I have taken everything I wanted from you. Rebecca desperately sat down on the ground. I thought I had finally escaped. She blamed herself for being too foolish, but in the end, I still could not escape Zeppelin. Tears rolled down her face. If only I could go back just once. Her hands slowly fell down. Then I would not fail. When Rebecca opened her eyes again, a familiar figure of a servant appeared. She gently called out, Madam, are you all right? Seeing that she was still dazed, the servant approached and smiled. It seems like you are in a daze today. She still did not seem to understand what was going on. Alice, why is she here? She gently reminded, if a rain comes and destroys everything, it won't be good. This caught Rebecca's attention, but she remembered the memories of her previous life. She was killed by Zeppelin a long time ago. Her expression gradually became worried. Could it be? Is this heaven? Alice smiled gently. It will be a little painful, but if you can endure just today, everything will be all right. Those words made her confused. Today. Rebecca looked outside with some anticipation. What day is it today? A beautiful space caught her eye. Flowers were decorated on the table. The familiar scene caught Rebecca's attention. She looked at the space in front of her. This is not heaven, it is hell. The servants were still continuously playing melodious music. The partygoers were continuously dancing. Rebecca seemed to have realized, I have returned to the past that I wholeheartedly prayed for. Zeppelin's familiar figure appeared, the day that everything was destroyed. He smiled and walked with Alicia, the wedding day of my husband and his second wife. Everyone witnessed this. It was a beautiful wedding and so romantic. Rebecca's eyes looked forward, but she felt extremely pity. It is a pity that she is my husband's second wife. The priest's voice rang out, and now, under the blessing of the goddess Defria, I declare that from now on you two will be husband and wife. Both of them walked under the enthusiastic welcome. Suddenly, right at this moment, Zeppelin noticed something. Rebecca's sad expression appeared. He coldly signaled, smile. Just a few small details made her shudder. Look at the expression on his face. She thought to herself, now everything has become real, before Zeppelin kept praising, Rebecca, you are so beautiful, I knew it would suit you. In his eyes, there was some coldness. No, have you forgotten that you are only allowed to attend parties with my permission? At that time, Rebecca could only despair and sit in the room. Now she reached out and patted, I really have. A bright smile bloomed on her face, returned to the past. She remembered the time before. The first time I met Alicia was when I was walking on a familiar road. At that time, Alicia was a pitiful girl. I could not ignore her when I saw her miserable appearance. Rebecca did her best to help, so I brought her back and took care of her with all my heart. And finally, she gradually became better. Lady Rebecca, you are my benefactor. All of this was witnessed by her. When Alicia woke up, she was so lovely that she could make anyone moved. Her face suddenly turned red, and among them, there was me. She treated Alicia like a friend. Having to live lonely when I had to leave my friends after getting married, I made her my close maid. The two smiled happily together. After that, thanks to Alicia's gentleness, I no longer felt lonely. Things were not as simple as that. That peace only existed for less than a year, when we were having a meal to celebrate Alicia's birthday. Unfortunately, at this time Alicia accidentally dropped the plate. She turned her head worriedly. Lady Rebecca, I can't eat. At that time, Rebecca felt like she had been struck by lightning. She was pregnant. The woman I trusted and loved the most was pregnant with my husband's child. She was extremely angry and blamed. Zeppelin, among so many people, why did you touch Alicia? Zeppelin seemed extremely calm. My naive wife. He coldly turned his head. Two beauties met. Did you think nothing would happen? In his voice, there was some ridicule. It is not my fault or Alicia's fault. Zeppelin blamed everything on her. The fault is that you let that beautiful girl into my sight. This made Rebecca so angry that she trembled. Then, what are you going to do with her? He thoughtfully looked in one direction. Isn't it too obvious? Then he looked at the small Rebecca. You know, it has been more than 10 years, and we still do not have a child. Time passed, and just like that, Alicia became Zeppelin's second wife. Returning to reality, Rebecca realized, at that time, I thought it was all my fault. She sadly held the glass of wine in her hand, but now things are clear. Her eyes suddenly stopped on the two people. Now I understand that I have no fault in the story. Time had moved to late at night. Because she was too angry, Rebecca slammed her hand on the carriage. Her tears of despair fell down. Even that terrible wedding was exactly like what I remembered. I really went back to the past. She suddenly reached out and hugged her stomach. My precious child, Psyche. Remembering the time before made her sad. Before you were born, the memories of 9 months and 10 days of cherishing you in my belly are still so vivid. The child was her only comfort, although short, but I still clearly remember the happy moments together. It had everything that she loved, soft plump cheeks, tiny hands waving hello. Until she saw Alicia holding the baby, the last moment. Just thinking about this made Rebecca grit her teeth in anger. She tried to reassure herself, no, this is the best. Rebecca knew that Zeppelin was not easy to deal with. From now on, my child will not have to live under Zeppelin's hand like me. Her palm gradually closed. I do not know the reason why I can go back to the past. Her eyes gradually looked outside. One thing is certain. Rebecca's expression had completely changed. Zeppelin Devonshire, it is your turn to pay. She had determination in her head. I will change my own ending. Some time later, the carriage quickly stopped. This attracted Julian's attention. He quickly stepped forward to assess the situation. As soon as he saw him, the driver immediately bowed his head. The carriage carrying Rebecca quickly passed by this place. The image of her shedding tears of despair struck his eyes. This made him freeze in that instant. He was surprised and looked up ahead. Rebecca. Suddenly, right at this moment, Leo ran up from behind. He called out to it, Leo. His actions made Leo confused. Are you interested in that woman? Julian immediately glanced at the carriage. No, it is just. The image just now caught his attention. I thought she was a soulless corpse. I have never seen her show such an expression before. Suddenly Leo asked a question. Aren't you suspicious of her? He raised his head to look at it. What? What are you saying? At the same time, Julian did not forget to scold. And hey, did not I tell you not to read my mind? I did not do it on purpose, but you just openly showed it off. The more he thought about it, The more he felt confused. More importantly, the Count always controls his wife. Why did she go out alone like that? He turned his head to look to the side. Croa, the subordinate, immediately bowed his head. Yes, sir. Julian continued to probe. What did Count Devonshire come to our territory for? The subordinate was stunned and replied, You probably do not know yet because you just returned from the battlefield. He continued to tell what he knew. Count Devonshire just married his second wife. The wedding was just held today on the Valeria coast. This caught Julian's attention. What? What did you just say? His face gradually became unpleasant. He is doing something disgusting to the point of holding a wedding with a concubine right on our territory, and it is still our most favorite territory. He frowned and immediately ordered, Immediately throw those bastards out and make sure they do not dare to come to this place even once more. By tomorrow. Got it. Although very surprised, Croa still nodded in agreement. Yes, I will take care of everything in one go. The scene switched to Devonshire Mansion. Rebecca slowly walked out. Her expression became sad, thinking about returning to Devonshire. She immediately glanced in another direction. What did I do around this time? The thoughts in her head appeared, as the Countess, but I have no power in the mansion. Even the work that should be for the mistress of the family, Zeppelin has never given me. At that time, Zeppelin smugly said to her, Work for the Countess. You just need to exist like a flower. I will solve all the complicated problems for you. This made Rebecca extremely tired. Here, I am no different from a perfect doll. Suddenly, she recognized the place in front of her. This is Light Palace. She silently looked at the space here, the place that Zeppelin loves the most. What Rebecca noticed was that the Devonshire family was famous for their deep love of art. Over the generations, they have successfully collected a series of priceless works. They even built buildings with temperature and humidity control systems to preserve them. Devonshire's obsession with art is a passionate obsession. A bold thought appeared in Rebecca's mind. What if I destroyed this place? She felt extremely excited. What kind of expression would Zeppelin make? A radiant smile appeared on her face. It would be great if I could. But she knew that this was very difficult. With such strict security, destroying them is impossible. Rebecca's palm unconsciously clenched tightly. Currently, I have no power in my hands. Things were not as easy as she thought. If I had family support, I would have divorced a long time ago. But my family, the Obelia Count's family, went bankrupt right after I got married. And to survive, the whole family has to depend on the Devonshire family. This made her extremely tired. If I had the power, I could have prevented Alicia from becoming a concubine. While Rebecca was still walking, Alice gently ran over to hold an umbrella. She also gently reminded, The sun is very strong today. Be careful not to get sunburned, madam. Rebecca smiled brightly. Thank you, Alice. She walked and talked with her, Alice. Unconsciously, Rebecca remembered the painful memory before. She is the only one in that damn mansion who really thinks about me. In the previous life, on the day Alicia gave birth to her second child. To her, perhaps Alice was the only friend. She took me to the village festival to make me happier. Also thanks to her that I was able to enjoy those rare moments of happiness. But the price to pay was too high. At that time, Zeppelin was extremely angry, dared to sneak out. Rebecca could only keep pleading, Zeppelin, please, I was wrong. Something unfortunate happened to her, and then, in front of my eyes, she was beaten to death. Thinking of this, Rebecca smiled and turned her head. Alice, a little abruptly, but, do you have any wishes? If it is something I can do, I will help you fulfill it. She heard this and became curious. Wishes. On her face, a naive smile bloomed. My wish is simply to live peacefully like this with you, madam. Even so, Rebecca was still very determined. Don't be shy, just tell the truth. Is it jewelry, or should I give you a raise? This made Alice surprised and dropped the umbrella in her hand. Lady. She gently reached out and touched Rebecca's hand. I really do not need anything. The action just now showed that she cherished her very much. I just hope to be able to accompany you for life. These words made Rebecca freeze. Alice. She felt very sad. so happy that I can go back to when Alice was still alive. The two continued to walk. Thank you. Just as I thought, there is no one else but you. Alice, let us go inside now. She smiled obediently. Yes, madam. Some time later, the two entered the mansion. Looking at the familiar scene before her, Rebecca pondered, over there, on the third floor, Zeppelin's bedroom and office are there. She unconsciously recalled Zeppelin's sinister smile. Zeppelin does not allow anyone to approach the third floor area. From the highest point, he wants to look down on everyone, to keep them under his eye. Her attention collided with the room before her. The third floor is his bedroom and office. No one is allowed to go up there, and no one, including me. This made Rebecca extremely curious. His study is always locked. She knew that something was hidden, and inside, it definitely contains all the documents about the Devonshire family. Rebecca thought with great confusion, maybe that place contains his weakness. At the same time, Rebecca quickly moved towards the room. Right at this moment, the bodyguard quickly stopped her. This is a restricted area, madam. Rebecca disappointedly turned away. When will you? She did not forget to reply, I know. Seeing her so sad, Alice noticed. After entering the room, she suddenly called out, Madam. Her next words caught Rebecca's attention. Would you like to visit the study, madam? She replied in surprise. How? Alice did not hesitate and smiled to suggest, were you looking at the third floor staircase just now? Let me help you. But this made Rebecca remember her previous memory. If we sneak around like we did at the village fair, no one will notice. Let us go, madam. Her eyes quickly avoided, no, if you get punished for that. But she seemed extremely excited. But the Count has not returned yet because he is on his honeymoon. The guards are currently off guard. This is our chance. She continued to state her plan. Only he is guarding the third floor. I will lure him to the kitchen. In the meantime, please go to the study. Feeling that Rebecca was still afraid, Alice immediately winked. The Count is not here, so you feel lonely and want to read a book, right? Just leave it to me. Seeing Rebecca so understanding made her freeze. Alice. She thought to herself, Alice is right. When will there be another opportunity like this? Time had moved to late at night. Rebecca entered the study. The space here caught her attention. Thanks to Alice, I was able to enter the study. In my previous life, I had never set foot here. She immediately searched around this place. I must find something to hold Zeppelin's weakness. At the same time, Rebecca reached out and grabbed the drawer. The strange documents caught her attention. Documents. Rebecca immediately picked these up to examine. This family's name looks so familiar. The name on the document caught Rebecca's attention. The more she read, the more confused she felt. This is my family's name. A series of information was clearly recorded. XX 2.0 8.05 acquired the Obelia family's territory. XX 2.0 1.23. Obelia family's business is too bad. 2023.0 5.07. Additional debt of the Obelia family. Finally, Rebecca understood everything. It is true that Obelia is not a prestigious family, but it is impossible for us to collapse completely overnight. She linked what she knew together. Next is a series of documents including commitments from my friends. I, Diana Judrian, promise that under no circumstances will I meet Rebecca Devonshire. I, Leonie Liz, promise that under no circumstances will I meet Rebecca Devonshire. Unconsciously, she recalled Zeppelin's threat. My father-in-law is begging me to give him money again. How long is he going to rely on me? Anyway, Rebecca, because you are so obedient. I can tolerate this. It turned out that he was behind the whole thing. My friends refused to meet me. It seems that they are tired of me. I told you, right? You must be very sad, but do not worry, I am here. His voice was a bit disgusting. Now you only have me. Rebecca, her hands had been trembling since when it turned out to be the purpose behind his words. She angrily dropped the document. Is to tie my life. A terrifying thought appeared in her head. Is to tie my life. But even those who are not related to me have to suffer because of him. Because of too much hatred. Rebecca suddenly screamed madly. Her hand tightly gripped the document. Zeppelin. Tears of hatred fell down. Bastard. Right at this moment, Zeppelin suddenly opened the door and entered the room. He gradually became worried and asked, "What are you doing here, madam?" She angrily turned her head to look at him. "My love." Perhaps Rebecca could not accept this truth. Zeppelin Devonshire. She stood up and threw the documents at him. "What have you done to me?" The documents slowly fell to the ground. Zeppelin was still very calm and fixed his clothes. "Dangerous. What if the paper cuts your face?" Looking at the documents in his hand, he did not seem to care at all. "Ah, so you have seen it. It is nothing serious." This made Rebecca even more angry. "Nothing serious. You destroyed my family and threatened my friends, and that is not serious." On his face, a smug smile was clearly revealed. "Rebecca, you have to say it right. I did all these things for you." He threw them aside and walked towards her. "Anyway, those friends are not the people you should associate with. You should have friends of the same level as you. And about destroying your family, that is a bit unfair. Do not you think so?" Those dirty hands touched Rebecca's waist. The distance between the two became closer and closer. "Would I ever treat you, the person I cherish the most, in that way? I helped your father. Do not you remember? I was the one who lent him money when he was in trouble." Because she was too scared, Rebecca screamed, "Let me go." In her head, she thought to herself, "In my previous life, I was easily deceived by those words." She was extremely sorry for the fate of her family, but now after reading the documents, I realized the way he destroyed our family. It was all in Zeppelin's plan. He hired a fraudulent businessman to approach my father. My father invested in the fraudster and lost a lot of money. He was secretly manipulating everything. Around that time, Zeppelin appeared like a savior. He lent my father money without any conditions. What had to come, came, and then my father, in an attempt to make up for his losses, invested in another fake business set up by Zeppelin. Rebecca's fortune collapsed just like that, and because of that, the debt increased until the Obelia family could no longer escape. Rebecca angrily bit her lip. "I can't say my father is completely innocent, but that guy deliberately deceived us." Right at this moment, Zeppelin gently comforted, "I understand that you are rebelling because I married a second wife, but you should behave better." His eyes contained terror, otherwise. His words were somewhat dangerous. "Alicia will be killed." This caught Rebecca's attention. "He already knows my weakness." Before she could react, he continued to speak. "Now answer me, my dear wife." Rebecca angrily tightened her palm. "I understand." Zeppelin was very satisfied and kissed her forehead. "Very good. Just this once. I will generously forgive you." The next day, Rebecca was bedridden. Perhaps it was due to the shock of the documents. I was sick for a few days from the next day. Her eyes gradually became tired. As soon as she woke up, Alicia was extremely happy. "You are awake." She was surprised. "Alicia." At the same time, Rebecca quickly sat up. "Did you take care of me?" She thought to herself, why did she return to the mansion? She pretended to be worried and explained, "Yes, Lady Rebecca, I was very worried, thinking that something terrible had happened to you." Looking at the situation before her made Rebecca surprised. Because of this warmth, in my previous life, I could never hate Alicia. But she knew that she was more evil than anyone else. I did not know that behind that smile were disgusting desires, uncomfortable, that cute smile because of it. In my previous life, I repeatedly believed in Alicia's schemes. Alicia was a disgusting woman. First jewelry and dresses, then she eliminated all my people. In the end, she had everything she wanted, and finally, even my husband. At the same time, Rebecca had to leave because of her. She took everything from me when I escaped from the Count's house. If Alicia did not secretly open the door, I would never have been able to escape. That is why I thought that in some way, Alicia really cared about me. Even on Alicia's face, a smug smile was revealed, but really, she only helped me because she wanted the position of the first wife. Seeing Rebecca so sad, Alicia noticed. She continued to turn on her acting mode. "Lady Rebecca, you hate me, do not you?" She heard this and secretly calculated, "Then I must feel love. It is hate." Even now, the scene of her holding Psyche at the end of my life is still clear in my mind. Rebecca quickly replied, "Of course not. Why would I hate Alicia?" Her expression gradually became helpless. "Look, you are talking formally to me again. You were not like this before. You hate me because I stole the count from you, do not you?" Tears were about to fall down, Lady Rebecca. I could not do anything else. In the previous life, Alicia had also said, "Lady Rebecca, I really could not do anything." Her next words caught Rebecca's attention. How can a powerless maid refuse the count? Suddenly, right at this moment, she stared at her. "Enough. That is why I gave you another choice, right?" The story returned to the past. The day I knew Alicia was pregnant, I told her to run away. I even offered to buy her a small house and give her enough money to live for the rest of her life. Rebecca seriously instructed, "Alicia, I am saying all these things for your own good. You have seen everything he has done to me. Zeppelin will do the same to you." But it seemed that Alicia did not care about what she said. "Lady Rebecca, I am sorry, but I am also an adult." She even coldly spoke, "Please do not treat me like a child. I will decide about my child and my life." At the same time, Rebecca looked at her with a judgmental gaze. "You forgot. This is your choice, as you said. You are an adult, so take responsibility for your choice." This made her a little tremble. "That matter." She coldly repeated, "Let us end this conversation here." Rebecca did not want to face this. With the current situation, openly showing hostility won't bring anything good. My husband does not like it either. Alicia immediately nodded in agreement. "Yes." Her eyes suddenly stopped on Alicia. "Okay, if you are still blinded by greed then." A friendly smile bloomed on her face. "Anyway, thank you for taking care of me. I want to give you a gift to thank you." Precious jewelry quickly appeared. She did not forget to add, "Choose one." This caught her attention, really. In her eyes, greed gradually contained. This time, she slowly reached for the necklace. "Oh my God, it is so beautiful." Right at that moment, Rebecca suddenly snatched the necklace back. "Oh my, why is this here? This is a family heirloom that Zeppelin gave me, so I can't give it away. Instead, would you like to choose something else?" Seeing this, Alicia anxiously asked, "A family heirloom? Then I can also receive one, right?" On her face, a smug smile bloomed. "Ah well, that is only for the Countess." She did not forget to say provocatively, "I do not know if the second wife can receive it." About the challenge just now has made Alicia completely angry. Know your place and learn to desire what you can't have. Right at this moment, Zeppelin quickly walked in. "Rebecca, are you with Alicia?" He smiled as if nothing had happened. "It is fortunate that there are no scars, but your skin looks terrible. It is so worrying." He did not forget to add, "I have to tell her to take care of your skin for the upcoming victory party." Rebecca heard this and paid attention. Victory party. Alicia on one side smiled radiantly. Party means partying, right? This made her excitedly hugged her face. "This is the first time I have attended such a party. Then I will need a dress. What outfit should I wear to look beautiful?" Zeppelin awkwardly announced, "How silly, Alicia. You do not have to attend the party." She heard this and was surprised. "What?" His expression gradually became ridiculed. "It is organized by the Emperor. There is no way you can attend. You are just a commoner." While she was still angry, he continued to remind, "Don't make that face. Instead, I will give you a piece of jewelry that you like. Play with those and stay quiet at home." Suddenly Alicia offered, "Then give me a family heirloom." His eyes stopped on the jewelry box. Family heirloom. At the same time, Rebecca slowly held up the necklace. I just told Alicia to choose something to thank her for taking care of me, but due to a misunderstanding, I showed her the family heirloom." Her demands made Zeppelin extremely headache. "Alicia, this is for the Countess, which means the first wife, is Rebecca, can only get it." She heard this and complained, "Why, I am also the Countess. We even got married properly." Zeppelin did not know how to explain. That is. He immediately pulled Alicia out. "Let us talk outside." She was still about to say something more. "Let me go." While the two were about to leave, Rebecca called back. "Wait, I have something to ask." She felt extremely confused. "By the way, you too. Why did you return so early on the honeymoon?" In her head she thought to herself, Zeppelin and Alicia went on a honeymoon that lasted a week. But unlike my previous life, this time they came back too early. Alicia's face gradually became smug. Why? Because this noble count sold a mansion to the Duke for only a few paintings. Zeppelin saw this and coldly ordered, "Alicia, what a rude tone. Get out immediately." After the two left, the room became silent. Hearing this familiar name caught Rebecca's attention. Duke Johannes. Her face revealed a smug smile. Duke Johannes and the royal party. This time I will attend with true joy. Finally, the first opportunity to take revenge has come. Some time later, Rebecca quickly stepped out. Zeppelin. He saw this and smiled to praise. "Rebecca, you are so beautiful." She immediately nodded understandingly. "Thank you." Zeppelin's eyes were attracted by her again. "Looking at you like this makes me remember my 17th birthday. Time turned back 17 years ago. Winter. It was still snowing. Zeppelin walked outside. He sighed and complained, "So boring." The lively sounds from below caught his attention. Two girls were still chasing. "Rebecca, come here." Rebecca laughed and retorted. Diana started first. That innocent smile had completely attracted Zeppelin's attention. His eyes stopped on her. At the same time, Rebecca also noticed Zeppelin's appearance. Time seemed to stop at this place. The two silently looked at each other. His expression had something strange. She still innocently looked at this man. But very quickly, a warm smile appeared on her face. Zeppelin's heart had also been captivated. That day, something in my tedious life. His palm clenched. "If I marry her." He thought with great desire, "I wonder what my child and her will be like." Had changed. For the first time I had a purpose for myself. This made Zeppelin understand everything. Beauty is the meaning of life. Therefore, the beautiful Rebecca. Returning to reality, he continued to calculate, "Will be the perfect doll to build my empire. Rebecca is smarter and more stubborn than I thought." Zeppelin quickly approached Rebecca even more. "But now she is the woman in my eyes who only has me and lives completely dependent on me. It is worth spending 10 years to separate her from the world around her." It seemed that he had his own plans. "And now I also bring the young and beautiful Alicia here, so that you can compare yourself to her and polish your appearance, as long as you keep that beauty." Zeppelin was very confident with the plan he had set out. "Continue to obey, then you will become perfect." "Rebecca." His hand came. "Rebecca, get in the carriage." That possession was becoming more and more scary. "And when you give birth to a child that looks exactly like me." His smile gradually became obsessive. "The perfect empire I build will officially be completed." The scene quickly switched to the Duchy of Johannes. Holding the document in his hand, Julian called out, "Croa." He was extremely uncomfortable and asked, "Are there no useful stories?" This made him awkwardly explained. "The storytellers, because they saw the smell of money came here in droves. We will have to spend a few more days to filter out the amateurs." He did not forget to point to the maids behind. "Ah, you have to change clothes first. The guest of honor can't be absent from the victory celebration." Hearing this made Julian sigh. "If I knew things would become like this, I would not have joined the war." Croa surprisingly looked at him. Then who was the one who insisted on going? Complaining non-stop all day. He felt extremely tired and replied, "The war is only in name. They surrendered the day they arrived as soon as they drew their swords. It is clear that the emperor had arranged everything. It was strange from the beginning. How can there be a melee in peacetime like this?" Sweat dripped on Croa's face. "So what, please? Just participate this once. Consider it for our efforts for you. You will get into big trouble if you keep testing the emperor's patience." This made Julian surprised and stroked Leo's head. "Big trouble? What trouble?" The smile on his face became even more strange. "As long as that damn god is protecting our family, then the emperor will not be able to touch anything." His eyes were sharper than ever, but in reality, it is a curse. The story was told, from ancient times, the ancestors of the Johannes family, who received the revelation from the goddess, allied with the rebels in the civil war and stood in the vanguard. At the same time, he conferred the title of Duke to Johannes. The man smiled and chatted. "The one with the greatest merit, all thanks to the protection of the goddess." Things also began to change from then on. Shrines to the goddess Defria were built throughout the kingdom, and cats, animals once considered unlucky, became the mascots of the goddess Defria and symbols of good luck. The story is not over yet, but perhaps the price to pay for enjoying the endless wealth and glory has come. The descendants of the Johannes family gradually lost their reverence for the goddess, and even committed immoral acts right in the shrine of the goddess. Things gradually got worse. Angered, the goddess gave down a curse instead of a blessing. You will have to pay the price for disregarding the privileges that I have bestowed. Your descendants will have to serve and take care of my descendants forever. Since then, the bloodline of the Johannes family has been bound by soul to the cat brought by the goddess, must share both pain and emotions. Thinking of this made Julian extremely headache. That curse even took their lives. The cat sent by the goddess lives off the spiritual power of the heirs of the family. And once the spiritual power is exhausted, each person will die while still young. Finally, there was a solution to this. The Duke's family in despair married off their daughters when they were very young for the purpose of maintaining the lineage. If in a short time the first wife could not give birth, they would bring in a new one. Julian was no exception. The Count quickly called out, "Julian." He sighed, bowed his head and continued to announce, "You were born with the strongest spiritual power compared to our previous heirs, so." His expression became even more terrifying. "You must give birth to even more heirs, so that when someone dies, we can continue to protect the spiritual power of the goddess." Julian saw this and angrily retorted, "Does my father mean that I have to continue to drag innocent women into this curse? I won't do that." But he still did not care about his attitude. "You are rejecting it now, but you will understand." His eyes became more and more angry and reminded that you can't escape this curse. Time passed. Julian's mother helplessly spoke, "Julian, you must not fall in love with anyone." Until his mother passed away, the Count called out, "Julian." He quickly approached with another woman. "Say hello. This is your new mother." These memories made Julian extremely tired. Marry as soon as possible. He disappointedly walked outside. How absurd. In his head he thought to himself, "I will never submit to that damn fate." He looked up in another direction. "But if I do not give birth to an heir, perhaps Rebecca does not know what to do. Lily's children will be the ones who suffer from this curse." His palm clenched. There must be a way. The determination became more and more to end this curse. Some time later, the party officially began. Rebecca linked arms with Zeppelin and walked inside. Looking at the crowd around this place caught her attention. Has that person not arrived yet? Suddenly, her eyes quickly stopped on a man. Perhaps due to his black skin and hair attracted attention, Duke Julian Johannes is entering. Her expression gradually became extremely strange. Right at this moment, the Emperor's voice rang out, "You did very well in this war, Duke Johannes." Julian heard this and immediately bowed his head. "Thank you, Your Majesty." He smiled and pointed in another direction. "Ah, this must be the first time you have met her, right?" The woman with red hair struck Rebecca's eyes. "She is Princess Catherine." Looking at this situation, Julian immediately realized, stupid old man, his intentions are too clear. He knew this better than anyone else. Over the years, the Rotandus Empire has become so closely linked to the church that it is beyond repair. Most of the high-ranking nobles belong to the papal faction. And the faith of the people completely stands on the side of the church. Even the policies of the state council are considered drafts until a cardinal or the pope approves them. He continued to look at the emperor's face before him. Unlike his ancestors, the current emperor is trying to promote royal power. Julian was even more certain. It can be seen through his scheme to try to exploit Duke Johannes. His name is Julian Johannes. The more he thought about it, the more he felt contempt, a lecherous man with perverted and filthy tastes. But even so, with his own daughter. The emperor continued to hold Catherine's hand and chatted. He is going to marry her to me, despite the rumors that are spreading in society. This made Julian extremely awkward and did not know what to do. He was standing there silently thinking, how will you dance the first dance with the beautiful princess? There is no better ally than the emperor when it comes to inspecting the shrine. There was no other way. Julian quickly stepped forward. Will you grant me the honor of dancing the first dance with you, princess? On the emperor's face, a smug smile was clearly revealed. Some time later, he still kept calculating in his head. If I marry a princess, even the shrine would not dare to force me to marry more wives. His face still had no emotion, but he unconsciously recalled the image of his mother before. I can't drag an innocent woman into this, just to make her suffer like my mother before. Julian's strangeness attracted Rebecca, who was still dancing. She realized that both of them were immersing themselves in the dance at this place. Suddenly Zeppelin used his hand to push her face forward. His eyes were a little uncomfortable. Look at me, Rebecca. She saw this and smiled and said, Sorry, I feel a little dizzy, he sighed and reminded. In places like this, you have to control yourself well. People feel that you belong to me alone. A smile appeared on Rebecca's face. Yes, but in her heart she was extremely uncomfortable, disgusting. Some time later, Zeppelin instructed, Stay here. Perhaps she was too used to this, again have to stand in the corner. She quickly turned her gaze towards him, but at least this gives me an opportunity. At the same time, Julian on one side also felt extremely tired. Rebecca's words attracted his attention. I do not see the cats today. This made him surprisingly turn his head. Who would have thought that someone would follow me all the way here? Rebecca's voice continued to ring out. Leo, the cat who shares his soul with you. It seemed that she had guessed something. The others are just decoys to cover it up, right? Julian quickly turned his head. Ridiculous, Rebecca seriously reminded. Stop, do not reveal that you are talking to me. She helplessly informed him. I am being watched. Just as Rebecca said, the waiter here was monitoring her. This made Julian surprisingly asked, Who are you? He brought the glass of wine to his mouth. I do not know about this. In his head he secretly thought, who sent her, the emperor, or Latranis? Rebecca continued to speak. Then how about this? Her words had completely made him freeze. The scandalous duke who promiscuously has affairs with women, in reality, can't touch. He silently stood on one side and listened. He hides it behind rumors, but the truth is he is still chaste, right? Of course. That is normal for someone who has never wanted an heir. In his head, he secretly thought, she even knows that. A smug smile appeared on Rebecca's face. This time, the opportunity that you have always craved. You won't miss it, right? 144 suddenly asked, What do you want? She did not hesitate and offered, If you dance with me then I will say. These words made him extremely confused. What? She did not hesitate and continued to move forward. But it has to be at a time when everyone is watching. You have to propose a dance to me in front of the emperor. Seeing her prepare to leave made Julian startled. Wait, your name? She had been smiling radiantly since when, Rebecca? A series of these actions made him freeze. Rebecca did not forget to turn her head and gently informed, I will wait. Right at this moment, Zeppelin quickly walked over. Sorry for making you wait. Duke Latranis kept bothering me. Realizing that something was wrong made him pay attention. This time he directly criticized, how rude, looking at another person's wife like that. Julian gently put the glass of wine down on the table. Count, forgive me. Your presence is too faint, so I did not notice. Although very angry, Zeppelin could not do anything else. Julian Johannes, bastard. He secretly thought in his head, even the first time we met, he dared to talk to me like that. At that time Julian showed great contempt. Get out of here, you disgusting thing. This made him even more angry, that arrogant attitude, as if he is the center of attention. I hate that. In it he secretly thought, even if I have to admit it, he is quite handsome. A smug smile was clearly revealed on his face, but Rebecca is mine. Zeppelin continued to inform, I will take my wife away. He immediately turned to leave. Rebecca is my most perfect masterpiece. His eyes were as if secretly signaling, people like him do not even think about taking her. This situation attracted everyone's attention. Oh my, look at the way the Count holds his wife. The discussions continued to ring out. What is so good about it? In fact, she is imprisoned in that mansion. That is right. Anyway, She is the most beautiful woman in the empire. If she belonged to me, then I would lock her up and not let anyone look at her. Right at this moment, the next scene attracted everyone's attention. The emperor on one side still did not understand what was going on. At the same time, Zeppelin surprisingly turned his head. Seeing Julian made him uncomfortable. Do you have anything else to say? He suddenly turned his gaze towards Rebecca. With you now, I mean. His hands quickly came to, with her. Julian's melodious voice gently rang out. Rebecca, do I have the honor of dancing with you? These words made everyone present freeze. Even Rebecca had to be surprised by this situation. Before I was reborn, I hardly ever met him, so I do not know. She silently looked at the man before her. Even when I suddenly proposed a deal, he still maintained his calm demeanor. Truly not an ordinary person. Suddenly Zeppelin put his hand on her shoulder. Refuse, Rebecca. He does not deserve your time. At the same time, the emperor also gently stepped to this place to relieve the situation. He smiled and continued to advise, Count Devonshire, it is not good to cling to your wife like that. He was still about to say something more, but, Your Majesty, he was unacceptably rude. The emperor suddenly interrupted, I do not see anything rude. Did not you also dance the first waltz with her? He smiled and looked at the two people. I heard that your wife has never danced with another man. Let her dance. What is wrong with just once? In his head at this time, he already had his own calculations. The Grand Duke Johannes actually noticed another person's wife. If I take advantage of this well, it could become his fatal weakness. The others saw the situation before them and kept discussing. Thinking about it, the lady has always been standing alone after the first dance. She also avoids talking to others. She has never been like that before getting married. This made Zeppelin even more ashamed. The Count must have tied her too tightly. There was no other way. He could only agree, okay, but just one dance. Julian did not seem to care about him at all. How ridiculous. I never asked the Count's opinion. I only asked this lady. Rebecca coldly glanced at Zeppelin. His head nodded, as if secretly signaling. In front of everyone, she gently placed her hand on his hand. At the same time, Julian slightly bowed his head and kissed her hand. What an honor for me, madam. Some time later, he quickly opened his mouth. Now you can tell me, what is the deal you wanted to talk about? She continued to state her decision. I will divorce. Her expression was extremely calm. After that, please marry me. Julian felt extremely unbelievable. Then, what does that mean? Rebecca continued to explain. Soon, the shrine will put pressure on you. They will force you to marry a wife. This made him also laugh in surprise. Where did you hear this from? She smiled radiantly. The source of information here is not important. It does not affect our contract. I do not require you to have feelings for me. The hands of the two people touched, simply. Her eyes were fixed on Julian's face. I just want us to be husband and wife in name only. Just right, he felt this was interesting. Is that really all you want? Her voice gradually became gentle. I only want one thing. The distance between these two became closer and closer. She smiled and looked at the man before her. This moment made him freeze on the spot. At the same time, Rebecca also stated her decision. Give me the power to overthrow the Devonshire family. She quickly whispered in his ear. In return, I will save you. Julian felt extremely confused. How can I believe what you say? She continued to speak. You will believe it. It seemed that Rebecca had also learned his weakness. If you want to save your little sister from the curse. This made him freeze. She even knows Lily. The decisive eyes attracted attention. This gaze does not look like she is lying. But who is this woman? After finishing the dance, Rebecca quickly bowed her head. I do not need you to answer right now, but when you make a decision, send Leo to the Count's mansion. My room is on the east side of the second floor. I will put a yellow flower by the window. She smiled gently. I look forward to receiving your reply. Suddenly Zeppelin ran over Rebecca. He did not hesitate and pulled her away. Come with me. Everything happened too fast. Even Julian had to freeze. After going outside, Zeppelin pushed her into the carriage. Go home immediately. She still calmly replied, I understand. This made him even more uncomfortable. You understand. What do you understand? Do you enjoy being intimate with other men? He angrily slammed the car door shut. Stay quietly at home where you belong. You will pay the price for tonight's humiliation. Go. The car left. Zeppelin stood there watching. The familiar figure of Julian appeared at this place. He uncomfortably turned his head and reminded, "You should learn how not to covet something that already belongs to another man." It seemed that he did not care at all. She is not an object, so why should she be subjected to your possession? This made Zeppelin even more angry. Arrogant bastard. He continued to step towards him. What is wrong? Do you want me to treat you like old men? I guess age is the only thing you can show off, so allow me to call you more properly. His voice was somewhat teasing. Uncle Count. Zeppelin's whole body suddenly trembled. You. The cats quickly stepped forward to express their anger. Julian smiled and gently reminded, "Calm down. Be good, little guys." He even smugly ridiculed, "He may be bad, but if I act here, it won't be beneficial for me." A series of these actions made Zeppelin angry and speechless. At the same time, he did not forget to warn, "Don't even think about approaching Rebecca again. She is my wife, belongs to me." After walking away, Zeppelin sneezed twice. Damn cat hair. Right at this moment, Croa hurriedly ran over. "Duke, what are you doing here?" Julian called out, "Croa, you still do not understand what is going on, yes?" He calmly announced, "Perhaps I am about to get married." He laughed and nodded. "Ah, I understand. Congratulations." Listening carefully to the words just now made him immediately freeze. Huh. At the same time, his smile became even stranger. But the problem is, the bride is married. Some time later, raindrops fell down. A heavy rain appeared in this place. Rebecca sadly sat inside the room. Alice was somewhat worried when she looked at her. Right at this moment, she suddenly asked, "Alice, you are not chirping like usual today. Are not you curious why I came back early from the party?" She worriedly approached. "Why did the lady come back so early? Did something happen?" A radiant smile was revealed on Rebecca's face. Her worry made her feel cute. "Oh my." Alice continued to ask, "Then what did you do?" She quickly informed, "I danced, His Majesty the Emperor personally ordered." Her eyes lit up. "What was it like? Are you excited?" "Madam, I heard the Duke is a wonderful person." She did not forget to chat. "I wish I could see that scene." This made Rebecca suddenly become strange. Seeing her tears, Alice was extremely surprised. "Madam." Outside rang out voices calling that attracted the attention of the two people. "Rebecca, Rebecca." Rebecca immediately stood up and walked outside. "He has finally arrived. Are you ready?" At the same time, Zeppelin also opened the door and entered. Rebecca. Seeing her kneeling on the ground, he was extremely uncomfortable. "It seems you know you did something wrong, right?" This time he continued to put his hand behind his back, but that can't be considered as if it never happened. Zeppelin continued to pick up the whip. "I had to endure so much humiliation." Rebecca realized something was wrong. "You have to." The next scene made her freeze. Because he was too angry, Zeppelin kept beating Alice. "You have to receive it." Thinking about it made him feel even more angry. Responsibility for failing. Rebecca hurriedly knelt down and begged, "Zeppelin, I will never look at another man." Her voice kept ringing out, "It is my fault. Please stop." He laughed surprisingly and turned his head. "You should have done that from the beginning." Zeppelin continued to approach and examine. "You are so beautiful that the harassers keep surrounding you." His expression gradually became perverted. "Later, if such a man clings to you, you better refuse directly. Understand, my darling wife." Rebecca's life had suffered so much injustice. After teaching a lesson, he immediately turned to leave. "Today, because Rebecca has been humiliated, I will go to Alicia's room, treat that maid, and bathe Rebecca." After he left this place, Rebecca could finally breathe a sigh of relief. She coldly wiped away her tears. Next, she immediately went to Alice. "Alice, are you in a lot of pain?" She smiled as usual. "No, as long as Madam is safe, then I do not mind." Rebecca sadly hugged her, Alice. Right at this moment, she discovered something unusual. Why are you smiling? Alice saw this and was surprised. Huh. It seemed that she had noticed something when the Count raised his whip. When she was beaten, Alice showed a very strange smile. Rebecca looked at her and asked, I am asking why you were smiling, answer me. The time turned back to the past. The day Zeppelin hurried into the study was when I started to suspect Alice. That day, the moment Zeppelin hurried back, he went straight into the study without hesitation. Even Zeppelin kept blaming. What is he doing? This made Rebecca even more confused. What made the man who never hurried rush in so desperately? It seemed that she had realized that something was unusual. The only variable that appeared in the mansion was my actions. She desperately looked at the woman before her, and the only person who knows that truth is, Alice's whole body trembled. Madam, I can't breathe. It seemed that things were not as simple as she thought. Thinking back, it is strange that I had never suspected Alice before. Zeppelin would definitely immediately fire or drive away any maid that I was even slightly attached to. It was all in Zeppelin's plan, but Alice is different. At that time Alice smiled and announced, I am very honored to serve you, madam. Rebecca did not even slightly suspect. She is the maid who has been with me since the first day I came to the Count's mansion. It seemed that she was the one being used by everyone. If I think more carefully, I realize this can only be because she is one of Zeppelin's people. My judgment was blurred by the fact that she sacrificed her life for me. Everything happened that made Rebecca desperate, but now, even that sacrifice, I can't help but wonder what her purpose was. She suddenly waved her hand to signal, run away. Alice blankly hugged her neck. Madam, what are you saying? Rebecca quickly stood up and announced, you have lost my trust, so you know what Zeppelin will do to me. I will give you one last chance. Her expression gradually became ugly. Tomorrow morning, I will tell Zeppelin to fire you. But she was still worried about her life, so run away before dawn. Alice's palms suddenly clenched. She has discovered. She desperately thought in her head, what a naive and foolish woman. You do not even have the courage to avenge the traitor. I do not like that. Right at this moment Alice spoke. Aren't you even going to ask me why? It seemed that Rebecca did not care anymore. Knowing the reason won't change anything. Just run away quickly. Suddenly she bowed her head down. Rebecca, you are always like this. Her expression gradually became uglier. You have everything, but you do not know how to enjoy it. Do you think someone would choose to be born into a poor family? I heard that your family is also mediocre. You should be grateful that the Count welcomed you in. Seeing this betrayal made Rebecca extremely heartbroken. Alice, are you saying that after witnessing what I have gone through? She also clenched her palm. What you have gone through, what are you dissatisfied with? He cherishes you. Perhaps Alice recalled the time in the past. He gave you so many beautiful jewelry and dresses. At that time, she was very jealous. Do you know how many times I have longed to be like you? Speaking of this, her voice gradually became scary. So, you are not even worse than a mistress. Rebecca coldly reminded, Alice, be careful what you say. I can kill you right now. But clearly she still did not believe. Come on, kill me. You can't kill me, because you are always the naive and kind countess. She was still about to say something more. Stop lying. A maid quickly stepped forward, using a wooden board to hit Alice's head hard. Just like that, she completely collapsed to the ground. While Rebecca was still scared, this maid called out, Lady Rebecca. Her expression gradually became cold. The bath is ready, madam. She continued to pull Alice's hair. I will deal with this vermin. Before leaving, the woman did not forget to bow her head. Inside the room, only Rebecca was left. Everything happened one after another that made her extremely tired. She helplessly looked up ahead. I gave you a chance to the end. Now it is all over. The image in her eyes was when Alice was dragged away. That maid must be one of Zeppelin's maids. I wonder what will happen to Alicia now. Thinking of this, Rebecca was a little regretful, thinking about the fact that I am still worried about Alicia. Tears kept flowing down. She was sorry for her own fate, Now The space in this place seemed to stop. Truly only myself left. This mansion became even colder. No one is by my side anymore. Some time later, Rebecca sat there quietly. How long has she become like that? The maid said the bath was ready, has never returned, even though the night has passed. She quickly stood up and wiped away her tears. At the same time, she also stepped to the outside window. The moon was rising high above. When the clouds passed, the moonlight gently shone down, clearly illuminating everything inside the room. At the same time, she reminded herself, Rebecca, you will become unassailable. Her eyes became even more determined. You will become hard enough to break even stone. Rebecca secretly swore in her heart, I have nothing left to lose, so I can do anything. In the time that followed, the place got a heavy rain. Alice was still being dragged forward relentlessly. The maids quickly pulled her inside the room. Without hesitation, they threw her hard onto the ground. Alice, in pain, sat up shaking and asked, Who are you? The more she thought, the more surprised she became. Where's Lady Rebecca? She kept looking back. Damn it, what a nuisance. The familiar stone statue before her startled her. Her expression gradually changed. This place. Terrified, Alice quickly knelt down, begging repeatedly, I am sorry. Please do not take me to the basement. What do you want? I will give you everything, please. Just then, Zeppelin coldly stepped forward. So noisy. Shut her up. Seeing this, the maids decisively acted. And just like that, she collapsed face down in front of Zeppelin. The scene just now caught his attention. Kanna, you are more capable than I thought. If you continue to do your job well, I will give you everything you deserve. He did not forget to warn, but you know what will happen if you cross the line, right? She nodded in agreement. Yes. At the same time, Zeppelin coldly announced, Octavio brought back a decent dog this time. Good. Starting tomorrow, you will be Rebecca's maid instead of Alicia's. I want to control everything, from the heart, every gesture, every word, everything. You must report to me. Kanna obediently nodded in agreement. Yes, I understand. He immediately waved his hand, ordering, Take her away. The subordinates quickly came forward and dragged Alice away. All of this happened right before Kanna's eyes. She remained standing there, without moving. But her expression became very strange. Some time later, Rebecca woke up. A voice caught her attention. You are awake. Kanna calmly stood to one side, announcing, I am Kanna. I will be serving Milady from today. Seeing her current form made her uncomfortable. She is a maid. Last night, I did not expect them to find a replacement for Alicia so quickly. She thought to herself, among the maids I have met in my previous life, there was not anyone named Kanna. Her expression gradually became anxious. Has the future changed? Next, Kanna carefully fixed her hair. This surprised her, and she thought, her skills are perfect. Alicia was clumsy in everything. Rebecca wondered, I wonder what happened to her. Did Kanna tell Zeppelin that I recognized Alicia's identity? She felt frustrated. Things are going to be very complicated. Just then, Kanna quickly announced, Alicia is dead. She continued to recount all the information. The Count does not know the details of yesterday's events. So, the Count still. Milady Rebecca. This angered Rebecca, and she turned her head. She uncomfortably looked at Kanna and reproached, What is this? Is Zeppelin asking you to try to win my favor? What a waste of time. There was helplessness in her voice. You have seen Rebecca's ending, so you should understand. You should run away too, before it is too late, if you value your life. Contrary to her attitude, Kanna was very calm. She suddenly bowed her head and knelt down. At the same time, she slowly pulled out a letter. This is something I treasure more than my own life. Then, she offered this letter to Rebecca. Looking at the paper right in front of her, Rebecca was very puzzled. Could it be? Kanna smiled gently and placed her hand on her chest. Yes, that is right. This is proof that you, Milady Rebecca, saved my life. The story began. That day was a warm spring day. Kanna's voice was somewhat helpless, however, for me, that day was colder than ever. The man loudly reminded, "Quietly follow me." This made Kanna's life turbulent. My father was going to sell me to a brothel to pay off gambling debts. The woman complained, "She is too skinny." The man immediately announced, "But her dead mother was quite pretty. Give her a corresponding price." She coldly reminded, "I can only pay this much." The man angrily cursed. "What did you say?" Kanna fearfully looked outside. The moment I passed through the door of this place, she realized that the women here were constantly ingratiating themselves with men. This made her even more afraid. I felt that if I stepped into this place, I would never be able to get out again. Seeing Kanna run away caught everyone's attention. "Hey!" Her father immediately chased after her, cursing, "Will you stop or not?" Kanna was still trying to run as fast as she could. She even went to the most crowded place. A radiant smile appeared on her face. Just then, a carriage quickly appeared. "Get out of the way." Unfortunately, Kanna was pushed back painfully. She was even trembling so much that she could not stand up. A warm and gentle voice rang out, "Are you all right?" Rebecca smiled and appeared at this place. Just this one moment made her freeze instantly. At the same time, Kanna's father was still constantly cursing, "Kanna, where is that brat?" Looking at this man made her very afraid. Rebecca gently bent down and picked her up. This made her worried and she was about to say something. "Don't do that, the dress." Rebecca did not seem to care. "Don't worry, it is just a dress." She turned her head and ordered her subordinates, "Take her to the Liberta relief camp." The carriage immediately left this place. In the carriage, Rebecca gently asked, "The person who was yelling, do you know him?" This made Kanna very worried, and she did not know how to explain. She also looked at her current situation, blood. Rebecca gently took a handkerchief from her bag, although I made this gift for someone else. Then she bandaged the wound on her hand. A gentle smile appeared on her face. "Even so, it will be considered a temporary solution, right?" Tears fell on Kanna's face. At the same time, Rebecca wiped away these tears. "The place we are going to now is called the Liberta Relief Camp. There are only good people here. I guarantee that the person who was yelling just now will never come near again." This was the first time Kanna cherished her life so much. "This is the first time in my life, such a warm touch." As time passed, she remembered it forever. Although I never saw Milady Rebecca again when I entered the relief camp, I never forgot that touch. No, I can't forget. Her eyes became determined, with the sole desire to meet Milady Rebecca again. "I have endured until now." Kanna recounted while crying, "I have never once forgotten Milady Rebecca." She felt very happy. "Finally, I have met Milady Rebecca again." At the same time, she did not forget to add, "It is okay if Milady has forgotten me." It seemed that Kanna accepted doing everything. "As long as you can be happy, I will do anything." Rebecca quickly remembered. "I remember, at that time." During that memory, Rebecca gave a handkerchief to Zeppelin. "Zeppelin, I made this to give to you." He showed great disdain. "How awful. What kind of trash is this?" He even threw it hard onto the ground. This made Rebecca realize, "Ah, so you are the girl who received that handkerchief." Kanna continued to cry and explain, "I won't demand that you believe me immediately, but I want you to use me." Her eyes became very sad. "If you order me to kill Zeppelin, I will do it. If you ask me to break the spy's legs, I will do it too." She continued to offer, "I want to stand by your side." Rebecca was still very skeptical. Could that be true? She remembered Alice's reproaches. "You have everything and do not know how to enjoy it. Who would think that they have poor parents because they like it like that?" She was very hesitant. "Will you really become my ally?" At that time, Rebecca had to receive criticism. "You said your family is priceless. Should not you be grateful to the Count for taking you in here?" It seemed that life was too harsh, making it difficult for Rebecca to trust. She immediately stood up. "Now you belong to Zeppelin." This made Kanna at a loss. "It is true that I came under the Count's orders, but only to be by Milady's side. Even if I die, I won't become that kind of person." She continued to repeat, "No, I must become Zeppelin's person. She still did not understand what was going on, yes. Rebecca turned her head and said her purpose. If you want to help me, gain Zeppelin's trust, and become my eyes and ears, if necessary, act on my behalf. Her fingers slowly moved forward. She quickly made a suggestion. Bring me a lock of Zeppelin's hair, and if you cut it messily, that is even better. Hearing Rebecca say that, Kanna did not hesitate. I will do it, leave it to me. A sad smile appeared on her face. All right, Kanna, do not betray me. Just then, Leo appeared outside the window. Leo quickly put his hand out, signaling the two. Rebecca seemed to realize something. She turned her head and announced, Kanna, go outside. After opening the door, Rebecca asked, have you been waiting outside for long? You are Leo, right? Leo relaxed his body comfortably. This surprised Rebecca and caught her attention. She quickly opened the paper box with the letter inside. Inside was Julian's message. For now, let us meet and talk. A radiant smile appeared on Rebecca's face. Inside the paper, Rebecca carefully wrote, please come to the Liberta townhouse this Wednesday at 3 p.m. Please come as discreetly as possible, in the most disheveled outfit you can find. Reading this made Julian laugh, asking me to come and go according to her wishes. What an interesting woman. He quickly turned his head and praised, Leo, well done. Leo immediately turned to face the other direction. Seeing Leo acting strangely surprised Julian. Are you sulking just because I asked you to do errands? He continued to remind, Leo, I can't help it. I can't trust an important matter like this to any other cat. Suddenly, Leo spoke, but that woman, she looks like that child from back then. Saying this startled Julian, if you mean that child. He remembered the image of the blonde-haired girl from before. Are you okay? Julian continued to explain, that is impossible. That time was in a remote forest. You have seen that woman. She does not look like she has left the capital since birth. Leo glanced at him. I am just saying what I feel. Anyway, she does not seem like a bad person. His eyes still did not let go of his guard. If so, that would be a relief. But you, will you really be okay? If what that woman said is true, then the curse can be lifted. He looked at Leo in confusion. Then you. After thinking, Leo turned his face to the other direction. It is okay. My life has been abandoned once already. Julian was about to say something more. Do you have to say it like that? Leo immediately jumped to the ground. If you are done talking, I am leaving. I am hungry. This made him feel tired. Then what is the point of sharing thoughts? I can never know what is going on in your head. He remembered the time when the two of them met. Rebecca, that woman too. At that time, she decisively announced, I want a divorce. Her expression was very calm. So please marry me. Julian felt very interesting. I can't understand what she is thinking, but that proposal, as absurd as it is quite attractive. He continued to calculate the next thing. Based on the fact that the Holy See is constantly contacting me, they will soon put pressure on me about having an heir. The letter attracted his attention. From the perspective of the Holy See, Rebecca's divorce would not be too serious. The defier of faith is quite lenient when it comes to marriage. The more Julian thought, the more confused he became. However, cases of publicly taking a second wife like the Count are very rare, even though 10 years have passed without children. Rebecca is still young. Taking a concubine is directly disrespecting the first wife. He immediately frowned. That bastard deserves to be divorced, so it should be a divorce. If he knew that Zeppelin was not ordinary, and if he thought about what Leo had told him last night, it was even more than that. Even the idea of torturing his wife was outrageous. This made Julian a bit thoughtful. But the punishment is taking away the person she loves the most right before her eyes. I am sure she has endured many things even worse than that. Before, when lifting her up, she was really light. He immediately made a deduction. He must have starved her. Julian's expression became even more tense. If she becomes a duchess. Time has moved to the next morning. As usual, Zeppelin quickly sat up. He greeted the new day with a smile. The next thing was Zeppelin getting out of bed. He went straight to the mirror. Seeing his current face made him scream. The subordinate hurriedly ran in. Count, what is wrong? Zeppelin's whole body was trembling. My head. He suddenly turned his head and shouted, my head. Seeing his messy hair caught everyone's attention. Zeppelin continued to loudly curse, who is it? Which bastard did this to me? This made Rebecca hear it in the next room. Bring all the bastards who were on guard last night here. She suddenly turned her head to the side. Inside the box was Zeppelin's lock of hair. This made Rebecca very interested. She really was not lying when she said there is nothing she can't do. She immediately cut these hairs off. Just then, Kanna quickly walked in. She gave a radiant smile. You are awake. Rebecca smiled and praised. You did well. Hearing this, Kanna shook her head. It is nothing. It was just a simple matter. She quickly made a suggestion. I seem to have proven my ability very well. I will go out today. Please prepare clothes for me. Seeing this, Kanna was curious. What kind of outfit should I prepare? Rebecca's face became radiant, the most disheveled outfit possible. Some time later, everyone had their meal. But Zeppelin did not seem happy. Just then, Alicia suggested, give me another bowl. Seeing this, he reminded, don't eat any more, you have gained weight recently. She hurriedly explained, you know that pregnant women have to eat enough. His expression was still very firm. You probably do not know because you were a commoner, but nobles do not eat clumsily like that. Even children do not. Alicia, you should know that I will throw you away if you get fat. This angered her. You. At the same time, Zeppelin glanced at Rebecca. Behave yourself. Look at Rebecca. How elegant she is. Learn from her. How many times do I have to say this? That is why commoners. She gently wiped her mouth. Zeppelin, do not be too harsh. Her hand quickly touched Zeppelin's hand. Alicia is pregnant with your first child. Why not let her eat a little more? She was still acting. I have felt guilty because we can't have children. Rebecca's voice was somewhat sympathetic. So at least, I want the child in Alicia's belly to grow up healthy. Seeing this, Zeppelin decided, all right, bring her half a plate more. This situation made Alicia very angry. Why is it like that? Even though I am also his wife, only Lady Rebecca's words. She threw her spoon down forcefully. I am not eating anymore. This caught Zeppelin's attention. Alicia. Rebecca consoled from the side. Don't be too angry. They say that pregnancy makes women sensitive. She quickly stood up and suggested, by the way, since your hair has become like this anyway, why not cut it a little shorter? He was surprised. Cut my hair. Her face suddenly blushed. Yes, I have been thinking about it for a while, but I think short hair would suit you very well. It would make you look more masculine, I guess. These few compliments pleased Zeppelin, if you insist on it so much. He did not forget to add, now that you mention it, it probably would suit me. Rebecca's expression became sharp. Okay, then right now. She approached and called out, Zeppelin. Still with her familiar radiant smile, I am planning to go out for a while today. Would you allow me? Zeppelin's expression changed immediately. Go out. He turned his head uncomfortably. Where to? Rebecca seemed very calm. To the charity house. I used to go there often, but I have been absent recently. Seeing this surprised him. And that is why you are wearing this drab outfit. She nodded in confirmation. Yes. Do not you like it? I thought it is not necessary to dress up for places like that. This allowed Zeppelin to relax. It is better to look like a beggar than to attract the wrong eyes. Very good. Go. Rebecca was very happy. Thank you, Zeppelin. Alicia witnessed everything from the side. I knew it. She thought to herself, if she is doing something unusual, it means she wants something. Her expression gradually worsened. What a sly fox. On another side, Julian uncomfortably instructed, I told you to dress simply. An outfit without decorations is enough. Hearing this, Croa pulled out the outfit. Even so, we still have to consider the honor of a duke, right? And since when have you followed other people's words so easily? Surrendering quickly to that woman's threat. He still appeared nonchalant. Watch your words. She will become a duchess. At the same time, he closed the book in his hand. Anyway, it would be better to fix your hair a bit. Then, Julian quickly stood up and went out. This made Croa very confused. Is that countess really that beautiful? He constantly complained, beautiful enough to make you infatuated with such nonsense. On the contrary, Julian's face was very radiant. Don't tell me you are jealous, Croa. Excuse me, but I already belong to someone else. Moreover, are not we quite far apart in age? His change startled him. What nonsense are you talking about? I am just a loyal butler, worrying day and night for my innocent duke. That woman is really suspicious. She must be hiding something. He folded his arms and continued to speak. That is not a bad deal either, whether it is collecting rumors from storytellers or entering a contract marriage with a suspicious woman. In terms of trust, they are all the same. His words made him incredibly disbelieving. Croa, you know very well that to break this damn curse, I will do anything. Suddenly, Croa asked, but what if the Countess is lying to you? Julian did not seem to care much. Then, I will let myself be deceived. He looked at himself in the mirror. I do not trust that woman completely, but she can help me achieve my goal. To be honest, I am getting tired of it all. His eyes turned back to look at him. I do not understand why you are so worried. Have you forgotten that I am Duke Johannes, and Julian was saying his honest words. While I am being deceived, you won't sit still. I believe you will find a way to break the curse. I am right, are not I? This reminded Crow of the past. From the first time I met the Duke, he did not seem like a child at all. At that time, Julian was very lonely. Even at his mother's funeral, he did not shed a single tear. But to me, he was like a fragile piece of glass that could break at any moment. He even reached out his hand to him. Now you are my only ally, Croa Sedister. The two shook hands together. That day, I decided to stay by his side. Croa later worked for Julian. This time, I want to break the curse to the end, because I want to protect the boy who lost his entire family and could not even cry. Looking at the current Julian made him disbelieve, and yet, how could a stranger know what I have never been able to find out? How can I believe this? Croa suddenly announced, I will go with you. Julian was a bit surprised. Why? He continued to explain. I will be the Duke's security. He sighed. Are you saying you are sharper than me? Croa, you are particularly troublesome today. Croa still seemed very determined. You know it well. You always act before thinking. That is why I have to go. I am worried about the Countess. No, about the safety of Lady Rebecca. He thought to himself, it has come to this. I have to find out what her true intentions are. The scene shifted to the Liberta Charity House. Rebecca smiled and greeted. Is everyone doing well? The woman hurriedly stepped forward. Thanks to Lady Rebecca, we have been working very well. She did not forget to whisper, Lady Rebecca, your guest has arrived and is waiting. Rebecca immediately turned her head to look back. Recognizing the man's figure caught her attention. So, Zeppelin's bloodhound has been following me. His name is Robert, right? He has been following me for months now. She immediately coughed a few times, signaling Kanna. This time, she happily chatted with him. The two quickly left. This made Rebecca relieved. He followed a little too easily, leaving his mission. What is he thinking? The woman continued to speak. This way, Lady Rebecca. The door was quickly opened. Rebecca stepped inside. I apologize for keeping you waiting. The scene before her made her change. The familiar figure of Croa caught her attention. Croa. The story was told. The Liberta Charity House, before I returned, was the only place I could find peace. Perhaps that is why, in my previous life, when I was running away, this is where I took refuge. It was an accidental event, and here, I met Croa. Because of his vagrant appearance, no one believed his words. Croa explained, I used to be the Duke's butler, you know. The others reminded, hey, young man, you are crazy. While he was still muttering, Rebecca observed from behind. I was the only one who recognized that the problems he mentioned could only be known by those close to the Duke. Something bad had happened to Julian. At that time, Julian was bedridden by the curse and Croa, wandering around to find a solution, had gone mad. In his madness, he occasionally revealed secrets of the Duke's household to me. He constantly shouted, poor young Duke, dying tragically, enough to make people suffer. This caught Rebecca's attention. But there was something strange. He spoke while coughing up blood. I will break the curse. Rebecca felt confused. Every time he talked about breaking the curse, he would cough up blood. When he was near death from a fever, he told me. At that time, Kroa suddenly muttered, "I have found it." His whole body began to tremble. The way to save the Duke's family, the way is. He looked at Rebecca and said something. Back in reality, she was a little hesitant. At that time, I was running away from Zeppelin, so I really could not reveal the truth to the Duke. Her eyes gradually became sad, and now, I am using those same words in this life. Forgive me, but this is the only way for me to survive. Just then, Julian felt surprised. Do you two know each other? He turned to look at him. Kroa, you did not reveal the Duke's secrets to Rebecca, did you? He hurriedly shook his head. Not at all, I swear to God. Today is the first time I have seen her. Rebecca quickly changed her expression. It is a misunderstanding. I just thought he seemed like a suitable companion for the Duke's servant. This caught his attention. Kroa, get out of here. After Kroa left, only the two of them were left in the room. Rebecca quickly placed the paper forward. Let us get to the main topic. She could not wait any longer about our marriage contract. It seemed that Julian was also very interested in this. As time passes, Duke Julian Johannes will actively assist in the divorce of Rebecca Devonshire. Duke Julian Johannes must invest a minimum amount for Rebecca's plan to take down the Earl Devonshire. Both parties are free to have romantic relationships outside without the permission of the other party, provided they are kept secret. The contract will last until Earl Zeppelin Devonshire dies. Along with Duke Johannes fully satisfying the above conditions, Rebecca Devonshire must break the curse for the Johannes family. Just then, Julian spoke. I have a question. Rebecca felt confused. Yes, please ask. He continued to look at the paper. When she completes the divorce, this should also end. Why do you intend to destroy the Earl's family and kill Zeppelin as well? Her expression was a little awkward. You could say it is a personal grudge. I will tell you at the appropriate time. This made Julian feel regretful. She does not seem to have any hidden motives. She continued to announce, but I guarantee you, nothing will harm you, Duke. Think of it simply as a type of investment. I will do everything, so you do not have to do anything. He suddenly paid attention. Are you telling me I do not have to do anything? Rebecca nodded in confirmation. Yes, you won't have to stain your hands. She quickly said her plan. All you need to do is provide me with protection under the title of Duchess and financial support. Rebecca's eyes gradually became helpless. Of course, I won't demand this unconditionally. Anything you lend me, I will repay twice. This made Julian feel interested. Am I crazy? For some reason, I actually believe her absurd proposal. He continued to speak. Very well, as you said. I have nothing to lose. However, there is something I want to amend. She looked up at him. What is it? Julian continued to point at the sentence. The third clause. The part about not needing the other party's permission worries me. His eyes became sharper. After all, we will be a married couple. If you intend to get to know someone, should not you at least have permission from me? This series of words stunned Rebecca. I only added that clause because I was considering Julian, because this is his first marriage. Could it be that he really cares about me? She immediately understood. This man, he is probably warmer than the rumors say. A radiant smile appeared on her face. You do not need to worry about me, but if that makes you uncomfortable, we can change that clause. While she was preparing to amend it, Julian nodded. Very well, continue with that change. His eyes stopped on the woman before him. Even if this is a contract marriage, I do not intend to get to know any other woman during this time. I do not want to perform disgusting acts like my father. Rebecca gently pushed the paper towards him. This is the amended contract. At the same time, Julian also nodded in agreement. Very well, I accept this. He suddenly stood up, making Rebecca confused. Following that, he went towards the candle. Before Rebecca's eyes, Julian burned the contract. Her face gradually changed. What are you doing? He still explained nonchalantly. In any case, whether it is me or you, there is no reason for us to betray each other, right? Eliminating evidence like this is the best. At the same time, he did not forget to add, I will abide by this contract with my life, and if you cherish your life, you won't betray me, will you? His smile gradually became strange. Will you betray me? This situation startled Rebecca. Very quickly, she gave a forced smile. Of course not, me too. I will abide by the contract with my life. Julian continued to ask, then, what do you plan to do next? The Earl Devonshire is not an easy opponent to deal with. As you know, he is the third most powerful person in the Empire. She gently picked up the teacup. I know very well. She looked very relaxed. Do you know what the pillars supporting Earl Devonshire are? Julian was surprised. What are they? She quickly explained, those people. He was surprised and paid attention. Which people? Rebecca continued to nod and recount. Yes, the Earl has a total of 4 pillars. First are the people who manage the mansion. Second are the vassals who handle the Earl's main business operations. Third are the aides who provide information to the Earl. And lastly, the Legion of 12 Knights protecting the Earl. She drew a conclusion. The key people who make up these pillars are called bloodhounds. What she needed to deal with was Zeppelin. They are not manipulated by loyalty. The Earl gets them by knowing their fatal weaknesses, so they can't escape. That is why they follow his orders absolutely. Because they fear him. Hearing this, Julian understood. So the solution is to deal with the bloodhounds. What do you plan to do? Bloodhounds that have been tamed won't easily betray their master. A gentle smile appeared on Rebecca's face. There is one detail you have forgotten. She turned to look at him. As I said earlier, they are the people supporting the Earl. They are not real bloodhounds. They are individual human beings, just like us. There was coldness in her voice. I will remove the shackles that Zeppelin has put on them, and break the prison that holds their weaknesses. Julian laughed at this idea. Interesting. So, what can I help you with? At the same time, she placed the teacup on the table. First of all, I plan to establish a small merchant guild, and it would be great if I had someone capable enough to become the head of the guild. Everything had been calculated by Rebecca. It won't be too difficult, but it seems that even going out is not easy for you. How do you plan to run the guild? I have my own plans for that. Julian gently sat down on the chair. I understand. So I just need to sit still and fund it, right? Not bad. His eyes gradually turned to her. I have a lot of money and do not know what else to use it for, so take as much as you need. Just then, she asked, thank you. Then, can I ask for another favor? Julian nodded without hesitation. Anything. Rebecca's eyes became sharp. Do you know about the Devil's Claw plant? A brief explanation of the Devil's Claw plant. A non-edible plant with high toxicity, the leaves of which can cause rashes with even the slightest touch. However, when it was discovered that Devil's Claw could be used as a dye to create a mysterious purple never seen before. This thing is so rare that its price can be at any level the seller desires. Seeing Rebecca pay attention to it confused Julian. So, you are asking me to get you Devil's Claw leaves. Unfortunately, that is not possible unless you grow it yourself. She smiled and explained, you just need to give me a greenhouse and a laboratory. As long as I have the seeds, I know someone perfect to grow Devil's Claw. He became even more suspicious. I suspect that you plan to make a dress with it. What is the real purpose? Rebecca immediately said something irrelevant. Because I want to marry you sooner, Duke. She recalled her previous memories. In my previous life, the Devil's Claw was called a panacea. That was thanks to another use of the plant discovered by a plant researcher. Her memory was very good. Eating the leaves raw causes blisters and high fever for a while, but it purifies all the toxins in the body and even cures some chronic diseases. There was also a rumor that it could restore something that Zeppelin was very obsessed with, youth. In her previous life, she had suffered a lot. Before, Zeppelin, with the purpose of creating beautiful skin, had also spent a lot of money to buy raw leaves and force me to eat them. But now it is different. Zeppelin does not know the true use of the Devil's Claw yet. Just then, Rebecca suddenly spoke. Zeppelin loves me for one and only one reason. She looked up at him. My beauty. If this beauty fades, he will no longer have any reason to keep me. This calmness startled Julian. How can she talk about such a matter so calmly? A sad smile appeared on her face. You do not need to look at me like that. Does not everyone live with their own troubles? These words made him freeze. Indeed. He thought to himself, the more I talk, the more I want to understand her. Julian gently reached out his hand to Rebecca. All right, we are partners now. A warm voice rang out. Let us do this well, Rebecca. She smiled and nodded in agreement. I look forward to working with you. Time gradually shifted to the evening. As soon as he saw Rebecca, Zeppelin criticized. You are back later than I thought. The scene before her made her freeze. He touched his hair triumphantly. What do you think? I cut it as you suggested. Rebecca stepped forward and smiled. What is there to ask? It suits you perfectly, as always. Suddenly, he touched her hair. I was thinking about this when you were gone. There was a bit of scariness in his voice. Perhaps I have been neglecting you since Alicia came here. At the same time, Zeppelin did not forget to announce, I think we can have some private time together today. These words made Rebecca very confused. She recalled the painful memories of the past. He did not care about what she had to endure. Zeppelin continued to approach and whisper, All right, Rebecca, take off that old-fashioned dress, dress up beautifully and come to our room. Some time later, the maid asked, How does it look? Very perfect, right? Rebecca gently turned her head. She looked at herself, ridiculously beautiful. The maid felt confused. Yes, Rebecca immediately turned to leave. It is nothing. It was late at night. She comforted herself. It will be okay, Rebecca. Her hands began to tremble. I have done this many times already. Just then, Alicia appeared. Are you going to the Earl's room? She gave a smug smile. You really look very beautiful. Realizing something caught Rebecca's attention. That is right. With that way then. She quickly approached her. Is that so? Thank you for thinking so. This made her even more uncomfortable. At the same time, Alicia placed her hand on her chest, challenging. But you also know that it will only last for a moment, right? Don't forget that I am much younger than you. Lady Rebecca, soon I will occupy all of the Earl's attention. Rebecca's eyes became determined. This is the time. She still answered casually. That is right, that attention. You can have as much as you want. At the same time, Rebecca brushed past Alicia. But do you know what? A mocking smile appeared on her face. You will never be the first wife. If I have a child today. Her words haunted her. Your child will forever be second, just like you. Her hands began to tremble. You will regret those words. Suddenly, Alicia shouted loudly in this place. The shouting attracted the attention of the servants. Lady Rebecca, please do not do that. It seemed that Alicia had some intention. Her legs slowly moved forward. At the same time, she made herself fall down. This scene made Rebecca laugh too. The next second, she fell down with her. Rebecca's head hit the ground hard. Her shoes fell off just like that. She did not forget to add, you should be more careful. Her face was covered in red syrup. The little secret in your belly is the only asset you have. These words froze Alicia. The scene before them terrified the servants. Madam. Rebecca hurriedly sat up and hugged her body. Zeppelin rushed over confused. What is all the noise? What happened? Noticing that she was injured made him change his expression. He called out worriedly, Rebecca. He even pushed Alicia aside. What happened to your face? Zeppelin's eyes became even more hateful. Just one scratch on Rebecca's face, and you will all lose your lives. Rebecca's body suddenly began to tremble. Zeppelin. Alicia did not do anything wrong. She slowly collapsed. So please spare. He was still about to say something. Rebecca. Kanna ran over and reminded, Count, please take Madam to her room and call a doctor immediately. He nodded in agreement. That is right. Call a doctor immediately. Her eyes gradually became sad as she looked at Rebecca. Kanna hurriedly took her away before Zeppelin's eyes. Alicia in the back began to tremble. Count, he spoke uncomfortably. Alicia. His expression was completely angry. How dare you do such a thing without knowing your position? This made her afraid. No, it was just an accident. Zeppelin suddenly waved his hand, signaling, take her out. He did not seem to care anymore. To the Hall of Light. At the same time, Kanna was bandaging her wound. Did you really have to go that far? Rebecca smiled and explained, compared to what I gained, this is nothing. This made her happy. I was injured, but thanks to that, I avoided being next to Zeppelin for 2 months. The memories of my previous life that flooded back then helped me. She recalled the memories of her previous life. In my previous life, Alicia had fallen down the stairs in the same way, and at that time, blinded by jealousy, I falsely accused her of pushing me. Suddenly Rebecca felt amused. I did not expect that in this life, she would do the same. She suddenly asked, "So, what happened to Alicia?" Kanna sighed and recounted everything. We followed her. The Count was very angry. Thanks to that, only Robert is here now. A smile appeared on her face. Very well. By the way, what about the guest that I requested? Hearing this, she nodded and announced, "Yes, I sent the message and they said they will come today." Rebecca was very curious. Did Zeppelin say anything? Kanna shook her head and continued, "On the contrary, he said it was a good thing and told me to call them often during this time. He said he was worried that something would happen to Lady Rebecca if you suffered psychological shock from this accident." She continued to care for her. It is not like he is worried about my mental state at all. Just then, Rebecca's mother hurriedly ran over. "Rebecca, what happened to you?" She happily greeted, "Mother, you have come." She hurriedly sat down right beside her. "I heard that girl named Alicia pushed you. What happened?" Rebecca shook her head and explained, "No, it was an accident. I tried to save her from falling." She helplessly hugged her head. "You are too kind. What should I do? I am very worried about you." This made Rebecca happy. Someone makes you worried like this, but you have never called even once. She clenched her palm tightly. "I know I am helpless, but that does not mean I do not resent her." Unconsciously, she recalled the moment when she learned the truth. That night, the documents I saw in the study contained records of the huge sum of money they had received as a condition for my marriage to Zeppelin Devonshire. Above all, my mother's advice on my wedding day. At that time, Rebecca's mother became trembling. "Rebecca," she gently instructed, "never bear a child for the Earl. As soon as there is a child, you will be bound, and even if you do give birth, do not be too close." At that time, she still did not understand anything. My mother knew everything then. Back in reality, she gently called, "Rebecca." Her eyes gradually looked forward. I had a bad feeling from the first time I saw Zeppelin. At the time, Zeppelin sat in a chair and coldly announced, "I will marry Rebecca." Rebecca's parents helplessly glanced at each other. From the beginning, the Earl Devonshire family and Viscount Obelia were not of equal status, believing that such a marriage would definitely be unhappy. I refused. Everything gradually worsened. However, when the investment that my father put all his assets into failed, we were pushed to the brink of bankruptcy. Just then, as if he had predicted this situation, Zeppelin appeared with a huge sum of money. He placed his hand on the report. "No dowry is fine either." Zeppelin's expression became even more smug. This time, "Are you going to oppose the marriage again?" This made the two extremely helpless. This time, I could not refuse. The hands of the two gradually began to tremble, especially because Rebecca said she liked Zeppelin. I kept telling myself that everything would be okay. Rebecca's mother thought to herself, "But to think that my selfishness has caused her to wither like this." She gently comforted her. "I have nothing to excuse myself for." Her expression gradually became sad. "Rebecca, let us run away. We can go somewhere and live as farmers. Would not that be better than this life?" Seeing her so pained made Rebecca not know what to do. She suddenly said to console her, "Can you really give up everything you have enjoyed until now? You can do it. But what about father and my siblings? Can you force the whole family to sacrifice just for me?" Just these words were enough to surprise her. Becky. The time returned to the past, when Rebecca was just a child. Becky. Rebecca's mother helplessly shed tears. Noticing Kanna's appearance startled her. "How long has she been there?" Rebecca continued to comfort her. "Don't worry, Kanna is my person." She quickly announced, "Running away won't solve anything." It seemed that she had her own plan. I must build a solid foundation first, then leave on my own terms. "Mother, let us escape from the evil shadow of the Devonshire family." Seeing this, she was surprised. "Escape? How do you plan to do that?" Rebecca resolutely placed her hand on her chest. "I will divorce." This news shocked Rebecca's mother. Divorce. She could not hesitate and nodded. Yes, and I will remarry. With Duke Johannes. She still could not believe her ears. Duke Johannes. What absurd things are you saying? Her expression gradually became melancholy. For now. Only you should know. Father must not know. She quickly realized the situation. Whenever Rebecca has that expression, she always achieves anything she sets her mind to. She is serious. Then she turned to look at her. All right, what do you need me to do? Rebecca smiled and suggested, Mother, do you want to start a business? Time had shifted to late at night. Kanna quickly stepped forward. Do you feel stuffy? Rebecca smiled awkwardly. A little, just lying in bed is already stuffy. Seeing this, she sighed. Then would you like to take a walk? Rebecca shook her head and explained, but I can't walk, and even if I could, Zeppelin would never let me go outside. Her next words caught Rebecca's attention. If that is the problem. Kanna gently used her strength to pick her up. This situation startled her a bit. Kanna. She smiled and explained, the bloodhounds usually do not patrol at this hour. I have confirmed that there is no one else nearby. Kanna did not hesitate and stepped outside. Her speed was extremely agile. The two quickly jumped down into the courtyard. At the same time, she turned her head to look at her. Where do you want to go? From now on, I will be your legs, Lady Rebecca. These warm words moved Rebecca. She happily pointed in one direction. Then, let us go towards the lilac garden over there. Some time later, Kanna carried her forward. Suddenly, Rebecca asked, Kanna, why do not you ask anything? She laughed in surprise. What are you referring to? Her expression gradually became sad. My conversation with Mother today. Kanna gently announced, because I trust you, Lady Rebecca. Her eyes were strangely determined. No matter what choice you make, even if you ask me to follow you to hell, I have sworn that I will follow you, Lady Rebecca. These words stunned Rebecca. She greatly cherished the feelings that Kanna had for her. Then, she gently carried Rebecca to the chair. Let us rest here for a bit. Then carefully helped her sit down. Realizing something was wrong caught Kanna's attention. At the same time, she warned, someone's here, Lady Rebecca. Just then, Robert's footsteps appeared. He spoke coldly, good evening. There was a thoughtful look on his face, milady. Rebecca quickly recognized this man, Robert Crowley. She was very suspicious. What business do you have here? Rebecca continued to probe. Were you eavesdropping just now? This surprised Robert. Eavesdropping? Not at all. It is just a coincidence. The moon is too bright tonight, so I went for a walk. She sighed in praise. What a loyal servant, still working even late at night. He seriously explained, I was just walking around the garden. This is not work, just taking a break. Just then, Rebecca called out, Crowley, I am not stupid. Her words stunned him. I know very well that all the servants in this mansion are watching me. Kanna quickly announced, don't panic, I do not mean to blame you. You are just doing your assigned task. Robert looked at her regretfully. So, a radiant smile appeared on her face. It has come to this. Why do not we watch the moon together? I have always wanted to chat with you, Crowley. He still cautiously bowed his head. Please call me Robert. Rebecca was very curious. Why? Don't you like your surname? Robert shook his head and explained, it is not that. Rebecca's eyes gradually became sad. Bloodlines are so cruel, are not they? It seemed that she guessed something, hating being called by your family surname, yet still becoming a bloodhound for them. Suddenly, he asked, what do you know? After all, not much. She shook her head. Only that. It seemed that she knew something about Robert. You come from the ancient Katter faith. She recalled what she knew, and your family is in the hands of Zeppelin. Rebecca's voice slowly rang out. And one last thing. She gently announced, I will save you. In her previous life, this poor man had a bad fate. Robert Crowley, before I returned. He was accused of having feelings for me and was executed by Zeppelin. His parents were very desperate. On the day of his funeral, Robert's family appeared. They wiped away their tears, and on their foreheads flashed the eyes of an owl. That was the mark proving that they were all believers of the Catter faith. Rebecca continued to observe him. The scar on Robert's forehead. It must be used to hide a tattoo. She knew this information well. I remember what Father once told me about the long history of oppression that the Catter faith had endured. In an empire ruled by the Deprian Church, the eyes of the owl could no longer be displayed in public. Rebecca thought to herself, because the eyes of the owl had, at one point, become a symbol of misfortune. Robert, that tattoo must be the weakness they exploited to go against you. Robert suddenly asked, "You said you would save me." The scene before him stunned him. "What is this?" Rebecca continued to offer the piece of paper. "That is what you were looking for, clues about where your family is, and if you want, I will give you the means to protect them." But he did not seem to care. "Do you think I would believe that? The Count has done enough threatening already. Do not clumsily imitate him like that." She still resolutely handed it to him. "Take it." Having no other choice, Robert took it. His eyes became suspicious. "You are giving me this information first, despite the risk that I might betray you." Rebecca laughed and said her thoughts. "Because I believe you, Robert. You are a Catter, right? As far as I know, believers of the Catter faith do not lie or betray." He sighed and pointed to the scar on his forehead. "Lady Rebecca, you should not trust others so easily. Do you see the scar? At 15, I removed the tattoo from my skin right before my father's eyes. As proof that I had left the faith and family, I no longer believe in Catter." She shook her head and announced, "Not just because of its teachings." She knew Robert's kindness well. "I know that you have been secretly helping me all this time, Robert." There was calmness in Rebecca's voice. "Even if you betray me, it does not matter. I will consider this information as a repayment for the kindness you have shown me." "This time," she gently instructed, "but tell me, are you really okay with this?" She did not want anyone to be hurt by Zeppelin. "Can you endure seeing Earl Devonshire, who has treated you so cruelly, living happily?" Suddenly Rebecca became strange. "Robert, I can never." She gently reached out her hand to him. "Take revenge. Completely destroy him." The two had a common purpose. "Let us return to him every pain that we have endured." Robert unconsciously remembered his life. "For so many years, I have lived stuck in a deep pit with no light." At that time, he was very desperate. "I believed that there was no way to escape that damn Earl." Now he became hesitant, and now, take revenge on him. The moonlight shone down on his handsome face. Robert immediately knelt down on the ground. He gently kissed Rebecca's hand. His eyes became resolute. "Robert Crowley, I swear my loyalty to you." Robert did not forget to speak. "Tell me, what should I do first?" Rebecca smiled and suggested, "Give me information about the bloodhounds." He nodded. "Leave it to me." Some time later, Kana quickly took Rebecca back. Before their eyes was the next morning. Rebecca calmly held the stack of documents in her hand. She thought to herself, "Robert, you are extraordinary, to be able to gather detailed information about the bloodhounds like this, but the piece of knowledge I want most is still missing." The information was all clearly written. Grace Duncan had made. She has served the Devonshire family since the previous Earl's generation and belongs to them, not Zeppelin. This surprised Rebecca. She knows more secrets in the mansion than Zeppelin himself and holds the keys to every room. That makes her the first person to target. Her eyes stopped on the document, but Grace's loyalty completely belongs to the Devonshire family. She searched with a headache. She is different from the other bloodhounds. Zeppelin has no power over her, and she lost her family a long time ago. Rebecca looked outside in confusion, and yet, she still steadfastly remains loyal to the Devonshire family. A bold thought appeared. To take revenge, I must find a way to win over Grace Duncan. She knew this would not be easy, but things won't be easy. He won't give in so easily. Rebecca quickly called out, "Kanna, I have memorized all these documents, so go destroy them immediately." Hearing this, Kanna nodded. "Yes, Milady Rebecca." She felt confused. "By the way, where is Zeppelin now?" She quickly announced. "The Earl left early this morning to attend a conference." Rebecca was very happy. "Perfect, then Zeppelin won't be back until late afternoon." She gently placed her foot on the ground. first. At the same time, she playfully announced, I will have to go out for a while, Kanna. On another side, Grace constantly criticized, can't you do your work properly? She sighed and turned to leave. None of them are skilled. Realizing something was wrong caught Grace's attention. She thought to herself, she has left already. If she went in that direction, she would go to the living quarters for male servants. Unconsciously, she remembered Kanna's face. Grace pondered, but she is not the type to act carelessly, so it should be fine. Suddenly, she raised her head to look forward. Rebecca's back appeared in the window frame. She curiously watched what she was doing. Grace's demeanor became very strange. Some time later, at a large wall, Robert quickly pointed to the hole below, this exit. He calmly announced, this is the item you requested. Rebecca smiled and received it. Thank you. She had disguised herself as a servant. You found me good clothes. Seeing this surprised him, that outfit. But Rebecca was still very interested. How does it look? Does it suit me? It is much more comfortable than wearing a dress. Robert seriously reminded her, please return as soon as possible. The Earl may be in the capital until late at night, but you never know what could happen. Hearing this, she nodded. I understand. Robert, protect Kanna. This made him a little surprised. You have been lying in bed all this time, so no one suspects anything. But he still followed her words. Then I will wait here at the appointed time. But things may not go according to plan, so avoid revealing yourself to the head maid or any bloodhounds. This loyal friend made Rebecca happy. Thank you. Some time later, she quickly went outside. A radiant smile appeared on her face. It has been so long since I felt this free. She looked at the mansion getting further and further away. I used to think I would never escape Devonshire, but now that I am out, it feels like this world is so small. Just then, the driver announced, Hey young lady, we are here. Seeing this, Rebecca got out of the car. Thank you for the ride. Can I know your name? He smiled and quickly replied, My name is Adolphe. I have a coffee bean shop in the Central Square area. Drop by sometime. I will treat you to a cup of coffee. Watching the carriage leave, Rebecca waved her hand. Yes, thank you. What greeted her was a sign. Do not disturb. She looked to the side. If you dare to disturb, I can't guarantee what will happen. The signs constantly refused. Something truly terrible will happen. This made Rebecca very frustrated. She helplessly looked at the sign in front of her. What a worrying warning, which clearly stated the words, Eustaph's Botanical Laboratory. She silently remembered her previous memories. In the future, the botanist will discover the uses of the devil's claw and the eccentric person who isolated himself while researching. Thinking of this made Rebecca sigh. Zeppelin tried everything to recruit him, but because there was no weakness to exploit, he failed. She immediately went to knock on the door and called out loudly, Mr. McFinn. It seemed that there was still no movement inside. Seeing this, Rebecca continued to knock on the door, Mr. McFinn, Mr. McFinn. The man with white hair came out. Don't you see the sign right in front? Don't disturb me. Go away. A strange smell made Rebecca uncomfortable. It smells like tobacco. McFinn stood there silently looking at the woman before him. Rebecca smiled and quickly greeted, Hello, Mr. Eustaff. I am here with a proposal. Seeing this made him feel surprised. A proposal? Are you another minion sent by that Earl? I told you, I won't let nobles exploit me for their own benefit. At the same time, he turned around and went inside. Currently, they deceive me by promising me free research, but in the end, they will change everything according to their wishes. I know how it will turn out. Go away, now. Rebecca on the outside quickly followed. Then I guess you do not want the gift I brought either. Fresh spring potatoes. Just freshly dug, and from Montpierre itself. Listening to this, the door was opened. McFinn immediately stepped out. Are you coming in or not? Rebecca followed him inside. The space here was small but very comfortable. McFinn ate the potatoes and smiled. You brought quality potatoes. Impressive. These days they have been bred and modified too much, causing them to lose their true flavor. Rebecca's face suddenly became thoughtful. She silently looked at the books on the table, encyclopedia of all the dyes in the world, plants named after demons, all about the devil's claw. It seems that I arrived just in time. He suddenly asked, "So, what is the proposal you wanted to talk about?" Rebecca continued to hold the book in her hand. "You must be very interested in the devil's claw." This caught McFinn's attention. "You realized that just from these books. Are you also interested in plants?" Her expression was very calm. "I would not say I completely dislike them. Anyway, it is a pity to see such precious plants being neglected like this." She quickly observed the situation. "Look, these spots. It could be that the temperature is not suitable." McFinn sat there with his arms crossed. "So, he changed his approach, sending an expert to reprimand me." Rebecca slowly spoke. "I am sorry to disappoint you, but I have no connection to the Earl you just mentioned." He sighed in confusion. "Then who are you?" "Someone of noble lineage," she continued to announce. "Perhaps very noble, perhaps not so much." McFinn's expression became strange. "What does that mean?" Rebecca smiled radiantly and declared, "Whatever it is, does it matter so much? You should be more curious about what I can give you." He did not seem to believe it. "No one can give me what I want." Rebecca continued to announce, "I will start by building you a large greenhouse." McFinn immediately declared, "A bunch of people have offered me that already." But there was one thing that made her confident. "But if I said I will build it in Montpierre, is it still the same as the others?" His eyes raised. "Montpierre." A confident smile appeared on Rebecca's face. "So, do you want to talk more now?" The story was told. A famous port city owned by Duke Julian Johannes, the center where the global shipping sector operates the fastest, and a blessed land, rich and fertile. For botanists like Eustaff, this place was truly a dreamland. Everything was not great, but the land here was so expensive that no ordinary researcher could afford to go there. Rebecca seriously announced, "I do not care what research you do, just do as you please." McFinn felt curious. "Are you going that far for me? What exactly is the condition?" Suddenly she coughed a few times. "I am too thirsty. Can I have a cup of tea first?" Hearing this, he hurriedly stood up. "I have been remiss in front of a guest. Please wait a moment." Rebecca quickly looked down at the book. She immediately opened it to see the information. The scene inside caught her attention. In a short time, Rebecca constantly memorized, "I have observed that when dried devil's claw leaves are soaked in poisonous water, it will boil and purify the water. Based on the above results, if a person absorbs this plant." She thought to herself, so he had discovered the effects of the devil's claw before, but it seems he still has not solved it. Just then, McFinn returned. "Here, please. It is refreshing herbal tea." She gently picked up the teacup. "Thank you." Then, Rebecca got straight to the point. "You need a test subject, right?" These words made him freeze. "How do you know?" She smiled and continued to explain. "I read through your notes when you were not here. Forgive me for my rudeness. I only looked because they were open." At the same time, Rebecca gently placed the teacup down. "The hypotheses you put forward are very enticing. They are hypotheses that my master will definitely be interested in." "You asked about the condition. It is simple." A smile of interest appeared on her face. "Research the devil's claw under my master's orders. I will provide you with test subjects and devil's claw seeds." But McFinn was discouraged. "I do not want to." She felt confused. "Why?" His eyes glanced at her. "If I succeed in the research, won't all the fame belong to them? I have seen countless colleagues being discarded like that." She sighed and continued to answer. "Don't worry about that. My master already has very high prestige. Such picked-up honors do not interest them." This news startled him. "Insignificant honors. When this is published." Rebecca smiled and looked at him. "It will create a big stir. Anyway, it is almost a panacea. Your discovery of something like that is wonderful." McFinn's face quickly turned red. "You recognize the value in my hypothesis." He remembered what he had to endure. Until now, the academic world has only called me a madman, a crazy person. Thinking of this, McFinn almost became calm. "And yet, you offered to provide me with test subjects. Is your master not involved in any illegal activities? I intend to climb to the top, so I can't risk anything illegal." Suddenly, Rebecca brought something in front of him. Is this enough to answer your question? This object startled Macfin. This is the sovereign seal of Duke Julian Johannes. He immediately bowed his head. Where should I sign? The scene shifted to the vast mansion. Rebecca's mother appeared at this place and was surprised. It is even more majestic than the rumors. Is it really true that Rebecca will remarry Duke Julian Johannes? As soon as she entered, Julian spoke. Welcome, Lady Obelia. He smiled and placed his hand on his chest. It is an honor to meet you. I am Julian Johannes. After the two sat down, Julian announced, Rebecca has explained the matter roughly, that her mother is about to manage a new business. Her expression gradually became anxious. That is right, but I am not sure if I can do it well. He gently comforted Lady Obelia. If it is her mother, I believe she will do it. You have led the Viscount Obelia family all this time, after all. He did not forget to add, because Lady is Rebecca's mother, so she is my mother too. Please speak comfortably. But she was still very flustered. Thank you for saying that. Julian silently observed the woman in front of him. Time returned to the past. Julian was confused. Why do you have to run a business? If there is debt, I can pay it off completely. Rebecca seriously announced. Paying off the debt is only a temporary solution. My father might ask the Duke for other things. Her expression became sad. I plan to let my mother take over. To do that, she needs financial strength. She recalled what her family had helped her with. Mother protected the Viscount Obelia with limited resources. Without her, the Viscount Obelia family would have collapsed long ago. This made Rebecca confidently declare, before the divorce, I need to eliminate all the threats that Zeppelin can use against me, my biological family and the Liberta Charity House. She made a decision. First, I will regain my family from his control. Back in reality, Julian announced, by the way, can you explain the details of this business? She said to hear the details directly from my mother. Lady Obelia placed the teacup on the table, then let me explain. She pushed the contract forward. It is a rental beauty salon. Her expression was very calm. As you know, the noble ladies in the empire all have a beauty salon at home. He nodded in agreement. That is right. They are also the owners of those places. She continued to say her thoughts. But that is also a big burden. They have to decorate their houses according to the latest trends throughout the year, and the servants can spread private matters with their husbands, so those women can't talk freely. Lady Obelia glanced at Julian. That is why this place is being rented. Her voice slowly rang out. All the rooms and gardens will be customized to the customer's wishes. The customer will only have to pay a small fee, and their husbands can't eavesdrop on the secrets. Reading this information made him confused. But does not this mean they can't decorate themselves? Nobles hate ready-made things. Will they really like them? She sighed and announced, they will like them. Julian asked in surprise, how can you be so sure? Lady Obelia was confident, because I want it that way. She continued to explain, not all nobles have a lot of time and money, and we will also create private beauty salons for the honored guests. Is not that enough? After speaking, Lady Obelia quickly bowed her head. So first of all, the scene just now made Julian laugh. As Rebecca said, you are really suitable to be the head of the family. Then he continued to instruct, then proceed with this business plan, and start from here. Remembering something caught Lady Obelia's attention. By the way, she felt very curious. What about Rebecca attracted you? This made him ponder. What about her attracted me? He remembered what Rebecca had said. You want to save my sister from that curse. At the same time, he slowly announced, because she is very impressive. Hearing this made her very surprised. Impressive. Julian nodded in agreement. That is right. Among all the women I have ever met, Rebecca has the most impressive eyes. Time had shifted to the evening. Rebecca returned in time. Where's Zeppelin? Robert quickly announced, the Earl has not returned yet. Please do not do anything too reckless. She gently handed him something. I can't help it. He has too much influence to trust anyone else. He sighed and reminded, anyway, change quickly and come back. Dinner is about to be served. The scene before her caught her attention. What are those flowers for? At the same time, Robert gave her something and instructed. In case something happens, take this first. The two returned as usual. All right, everyone is busy preparing dinner. If this continues, everything will be fine. Just then, Grace called out, Robert. Her expression was very cold. Who is that child? It seemed that Rebecca had realized something unusual. He turned his head and explained, I am bringing tea to Madam's room. It seemed that Grace was still very suspicious. She noticed Rebecca's body trembling. This time she slowly announced, I understand. We can't keep Madam waiting. Just as Rebecca was preparing to leave, Grace called out, Wait a moment. At the same time, she slowly announced, When you go up, tell Madam that Lady Fabiola will be visiting tomorrow. This made Rebecca recall the memories of her previous life. Rebecca, you really do not have any manners. Her face gradually became uncomfortable. She knew that evil woman well, Fabiola Devonshire, a wife obedient to her husband and a gentle, loving mother to her son. She had caused her pain. At the same time, she was also a terrible mother-in-law, constantly tormenting me. It seemed that Fabiola was always trying to make trouble. After I married Zeppelin, she became jealous and hated me for stealing her son's attention. She coldly looked at the cake. Oh my, the cake fell on the floor. A very sinister look appeared on her face. I baked this cake myself, so it is a waste to throw it away. Fabiola coldly ordered, What are you doing? Lick up what you dropped. Rebecca gradually became desperate. She constantly tormented me, pushing me to my limit. As time passed, but there were no secrets in this mansion. When Zeppelin discovered Fabiola's crimes, he sent her far away. Things were not over yet, however. Fabiola did not give up and often appeared at the mansion without warning, like today. Zeppelin's voice rang out. How is it? Comfortable, right? He smiled and looked at Rebecca. That is the only custom-made wheelchair in the Empire. He continued to speak. You like to take walks, right? The doctor said that lying down for too long is not good. Rebecca looked at the chains. Of course, the distance is just long enough to surround the garden. The servant hurriedly ran over to announce, Earl, Lady Fabiola has arrived. Zeppelin's expression became even more uncomfortable. Rebecca, go inside now. Leave that woman to Alicia. She still replied very casually, It is okay. After receiving such a wonderful gift, I have to fulfill my duties as a wife. I will go meet my mother-in-law. Then Kanna quickly took Rebecca out. Fabiola was sitting waiting there. She poured the teacup onto the ground. The tea is no longer warm. Her expression was uncomfortable. Can you pour it again? Alicia obediently poured the tea. Yes, mother. But Fabiola still refused to let it go. This time it is too hot. This time she slowly stood up. Is that so? She directly slapped the servant's face. This made Fabiola very surprised. You, what do you mean? She coldly turned her head and retorted. Mother keeps saying the water is too hot, then too cold, and also complaining about the taste of the tea. Is not it the fault of the servant for bringing the tea and water? Fabiola angrily criticized. As expected of someone from a humble background, your actions are just as vulgar. Alicia could not hide her smugness. That is right. What about mother's noble lineage? To the point that your precious son does not even bother to greet you. Looking at the situation before her, Rebecca thought to herself, she is still the same as before. She quickly realized, she is trying to extinguish my will so that I can't advise her son to abandon her. Fabiola madly cursed. How can you be so completely uncultured? Alicia coldly turned her head to the other direction. The only thing that has changed is the target. Just then, Rebecca appeared. Hello, mother. Fabiola immediately stepped forward to greet. Rebecca, I heard you were injured. It seems that it is true. Hearing this, she gently replied, Yes, but I am fine. It is just a small wound. By the way, what is going on? I heard arguing earlier. A forced smile appeared on her face. It is nothing. I am just teaching her a little etiquette. She turned her head and blamed. Is that so? Alicia, you have to be careful when you are near my mother-in-law. There was something strange in her voice, because she is my husband's mother. Alicia felt very confused. Why is she siding with her? Then the three sat down together to drink tea. Rebecca behaved very elegantly. Realizing that something was wrong caught her attention, this one. She saw Fabiola paying attention to her. At the same time, Rebecca turned her head to look at Alicia. She pretended to be careless and intentionally brushed her hand aside. Following that, Rebecca hurriedly spoke. Alicia, I am sorry. She angrily hugged her hand. Rebecca, you did that on purpose, right? Rebecca gently replied. Why would I do something like that? Anyway, I heard that burns leave scars for a long time. You should go get treatment. This made her very afraid. She hurriedly ran away from this place. Hurry. Prepare the medicine. Fabiola coldly looked at Rebecca. At the same time, she slowly spoke. It is just as I predicted. She asked in confusion. What do you mean? Predicted what? Rebecca said in a casual tone. I thought Alicia was annoying, so I spilled the tea on her. Hearing this startled her. You are saying you are jealous. She did not hesitate to nod and speak. Yes, Alicia is more beautiful than me, and she even has a child. What should I do if Zeppelin loves Alicia more? Her action surprised her. What happened to the child who only knew how to endure in the past, no matter how much I tormented her? She did not show any emotions at all. An evil smile appeared on Fabiola's face. I guess she is also a woman, so it is only natural to be angry that her husband took another woman. She turned on her acting mode. Don't worry, you are the only and official countess. She smiled and nodded in agreement. I feel a little more at ease after hearing you say that. Rebecca's eyes looked towards the teacup. By the way, what kind of tea is this? I feel very relaxed after drinking it. Did you bring it, mother? Fabiola's face became even more wicked. That is right. This is a type of tea that I personally brewed. She calmly announced, if you like it, I will give you some. I have a lot. It seemed that this was not something good. Inside the room, Rebecca thought to herself, I hope I won't have to use this. She felt tired and sighed. Just then, the familiar figure of Leo appeared. She gently called out, Leo. Rebecca quickly rummaged from inside the cabinet. I guessed you would come, so I prepared some milk just in time. Kana said that cats really like this type of milk. She gently turned her head. I hope you will like it. The figure of Julian appeared. His eyes became sad. Rebecca. Time returned to a few hours ago. Julian looked at the paper in his hand. Brother, happy birthday. His expression became very strange. It was a picture of the two playing happily. Croa curiously approached. Do I need to send a gift back again this year? Julian immediately shook his head. No, leave it there. He smiled happily, understood. After he went outside, the servant hurriedly asked, How did it go? Croa happily explained. The Duke has received the gift. The servant's eyes became expectant. Really? Lady Lily will be very happy to hear that. She continued to probe, but what made him change his mind? He quickly announced. Perhaps he finally started to feel guilty towards Milady. Following that, Leo opened the door and walked in. Julian gently held the bottle of wine in his hand. Leo, come in. Do you want a drink? He smiled and turned his head to chat. That is right. You do not use anything except my divine power. What a pity. Leo sighed and explained. I do not have any appetite. Do not be so pathetic every birthday. This surprised him. Pathetic sounds hurtful. Out of everyone, you should be the one who understands my feelings the most. He smiled and looked towards it. You should comfort me, my confidant. His eyes gradually became sad, the one born only to bear heirs. Julian looked at the small Leo before him, and the immortal one, forced to witness those heirs pass away one after another, again and again. A thought appeared in his head. God is cruel. He poured wine while chatting. Leo, if this curse is lifted, what will I become? Everything I have was not created by me. It seemed that Julian felt despair. If not for being Saint Duke Johannes, then what am I? Seeing him so sad made Leo ponder. It suddenly moved forward. This time, it jumped onto the window as if signaling. Leo's voice was a bit strange. A birthday present for you, kid. Back in reality, the two looked at each other. Rebecca felt very confused. Why did you come at this hour? Also, Leo was just here earlier. Julian was startled and realized something. Leo came here. She hurriedly stepped forward and covered his mouth. There was concern in her voice as she looked outside. It seemed that Julian was a bit dazed. Now I understand. That sly Leo. She continued to ask, answer me. How did you get in here? Where is Leo? He sighed and walked away. It seems that even the powerful Lady Rebecca does not know everything, right? Her face was innocent. Are you teasing me? She realized something. Are you drunk? Rebecca silently watched Julian sit down on the familiar bed, but more than that, he looks especially lonely tonight. Just then, he smiled and chatted. What is with that look? Like you are looking at a scoundrel. I guess in your eyes I really am like that. She gently stepped forward. Why would you think that? I was just looking. He sighed and spoke. Everyone looks at me like that. Etiquette is never a concern of mine. That is why formal speech makes me feel stuffy. Julian seemed to be attracted to her. So just speak comfortably. Anyway, we are about to be husband and wife. Should not we be comfortable with each other? Rebecca did not hesitate to reply. All right, whatever. Seeing him laugh made her embarrassed. You told me to speak comfortably, so what are you laughing at now? He turned his head and explained. Because your reaction is very different. Most people either freeze or refuse outright. She glanced at him. Don't avoid the question. How did you get into this room? Where's Leo? Just then, Julian suggested, we can switch places. Rebecca was startled by this news. You mean, you are Leo? He began to continue speaking. Not exactly. We can switch positions. Just think of it as a form of teleportation. Rebecca was also surprised. How interesting. Julian quickly chatted. You do not seem as shocked as before. Are not you surprised? Her face became sad. Life is full of strange things. She thought to herself, I died once and came back. Compared to that, teleportation is nothing. It seemed that Julian understood her heart. He suddenly spoke. Sometimes you really seem like someone who has lived twice. Rebecca turned her head and instructed. If you can teleport at will, go home now. It is dangerous here. This made him a bit awkward. That is a bit complicated. He continued to announce. Teleportation consumes a lot of divine power. I will need at least 3 hours to recover. This number surprised Rebecca. 3 hours. She sighed and instructed. All right, but as soon as the time is up, you have to leave immediately. Julian smiled and nodded. Okay. Suddenly he asked, is the business going smoothly? Rebecca nodded confidently. Of course. I have handled everything you said. Her expression was still worried. But keeping in contact is really a problem. Writing letters is okay, but if there is something I need you directly, it will be very difficult. Julian quickly asked, can't you really leave here? She sighed sadly and explained, almost not, especially when I am pretending to be injured like this. This made him also surprised and worried. You are injured. Is it serious? You should have told me sooner. Rebecca quickly raised her hand to signal. Calm down, as I said. I am just pretending. I intentionally fell down the stairs. His eyes gradually became confused. What? Why would you do that? She smiled sadly. Because that is how I can be free. Her words surprised Julian. A broken doll will be left alone until it heals. After a silence, he inquired. Within a month. What do I have to do for you to get a divorce? She sighed and continued to calculate. That will probably be difficult. I need to mobilize some funds through the trading company first. This made him confidently lift his head, and more importantly, it takes time for the devil's claw to grow. A gentle smile appeared on Rebecca's face. She gently reached out her hand and stroked his head. She did not forget to smile and announce, I understand. Then I will finish it within 2 months. This action made Julian freeze instantly. He quickly reached out and touched Rebecca's hand. His expression gradually became ambiguous. Time seemed to stop in this place. Rebecca was also startled and froze. This atmosphere. The distance between the two was getting closer. How dangerous. Just then, a sound rang out. At the same time, the familiar figure of Leo appeared. Huh. Realizing that something was wrong caught its attention. She gently hugged it. Has it been 3 hours already? Julian had also returned to his room. The action just now made him sigh in surprise. He remembered Rebecca's smile. Anyway, thank you for paying attention to me, Julian. At that time, her eyes were very charming. Perhaps Julian could not even understand himself. He sighed and complained, "Damn it." Inside the room, Tanisha angrily scolded, "A puppet? Are you saying that the Duke wants me to be a puppet?" This confused Croa. "Why are you so agitated? To be exact, you are not a puppet. You are the head of the trading guild." She quickly spoke, "You clearly promised to give me a trading guild with my name on it." He calmly announced, "It is still being run under your name. I even registered the business under the name Tanisha Chenister." But she was still very angry. "Then what is the point? I will just be a puppet for someone I do not even know. Who exactly are you hiding?" Croa calmly brought the teacup to his mouth. "I have said it. There is a reason for this. Can't you listen to me just once?" Tanisha quickly stood up. "Are you going to say it or not?" She coldly declared, "If you do not say it, I will tell about what you did to a bald spot on Leo's fur the other day." The Duke also got a bald spot on the back of his head. Luckily, Leo kept quiet about it. After speaking, she directly turned to leave. "I will tell the Duke right now. I will tell." Croa hurriedly spoke. "Just, please, do not tell that." He approached and whispered in her ear, "All right, listen carefully." On another side, Zeppelin slowly spoke. "Rebecca, I am very saddened to have to leave when you are sick." He gently touched Rebecca's hair. "If anything happens while I am away, report to the head maid." She smiled and nodded. "Yes, Zeppelin." His attitude completely changed, and Alicia too. Zeppelin did not forget to threaten, "If you intend to cause trouble while I am gone, you should give up on that idea." She gave an innocent smile. "Of course not. Please rest assured and have a safe trip, Earl." A smug smile appeared on Zeppelin's face. "The training has clearly been effective, huh?" He got into the carriage. "Then I am leaving." Seeing him leave, Rebecca thought to herself, according to Kanna's investigation, it was due to an order from the Emperor. Zeppelin leaving is very timely. How convenient. Remembering Julian's words, "Oh, is that so? Then I will complete it within 2 months." This made her also surprised. He really keeps his promises. Just then, Kanna gave her the paper and announced, "Today, on the way back from the market, I received this paper." She continued to instruct. "They said to make sure to give it to Lady Rebecca. The contents inside clearly state, 'This is your trading guild. The office has been prepared. So please drop by whenever you are free.'" Rebecca smiled and turned her head to look back. "Thanks to this paper, I will meet the owner." Tanisha seemed to have caught her gaze. She immediately bowed her head as a signal. The scene shifted to outside on the street. Rebecca quickly reached out and knocked on the door. Tanisha quickly greeted, "Come in." Rebecca calmly announced, "I am here to see the head of the trading guild." Seeing this surprised her. "I am the head of the trading guild. Who are you?" She continued to explain, "I heard you were looking for me." Tanisha quickly pulled out a chair for Rebecca to sit. "I am just a figurehead. Please sit down here, milady." Her expression was somewhat strange. It seemed that Rebecca had realized something. She quickly sat down and continued to explain, "I am just holding the role of a business partner. That place is completely yours. I believe in Julian's judgment." This made her also surprised and think, "I heard she is the type of woman who would use Duke Johannes to her liking. I was prepared for a fierce battle." Rebecca smiled and announced, "We do not have much time, so let us get straight to the point. All I want is money." She quickly suggested, "Let us divide it in a 6-to-4 ratio." Seeing this, Tanisha paid attention. "Who will receive the 6th part?" Rebecca announced without hesitation, "You." "I am just providing useful information. Anyway, the hard work will all be undertaken by the head of the trading guild." This finally made Tanisha happy. "All right, but I am curious about the valuable information you have." She thought to herself, "So she can be more rational than I thought." She gently handed the paper forward. "This is a list of items that are about to increase in price rapidly. Everything had been calculated by her. Since you were able to find out who I am, I believe you will not have any difficulty in creating a fortune." The contents inside were written very clearly. Green tea set from the kingdom of Uria, pepper from the kingdom of Caravana, Tamara ladybugs, Seeing this surprised her, but these items are currently worthless. Tanisha stared blankly at Rebecca. Do you have, the ability to predict the future? Otherwise, how would you know these items are about to increase in price? She gently explained. Something like that. This information is certain, so do not worry. She thought to herself, I am just recording the luxury items that became extremely popular around this time in my previous life. Rebecca continued to place the teacup on the table. You must have exclusive rights to Tamara ladybugs. They must be sold exclusively through this trading guild. Before long, people will be willing to pay a high price for them. Keep a stable amount of goods until then. Her eyes gradually became expectant. Can you do everything I ask? Hearing this, Tanisha decisively announced, I have to do it. I will definitely succeed. Suddenly, Rebecca stood up. I have to go now. This made her feel regretful. You can have another cup of tea before you leave. Rebecca laughed and chatted. Next time, if there is a chance, let us spend more time together. As she was preparing to leave, she called out, where should I send the reports? She gently turned her head and chatted. Give them to Julian. That way I will also know everything. This made Tanisha surprised and nod. Okay. She thought to herself, it seems that there is more between them than I thought. On another side, Julian asked, Your Majesty, have you been well recently? The Emperor was startled hearing this. I am quite surprised to see you come to me like this. He thought to himself, he has never once asked for an audience if I did not summon him. What is going on? He continued to speak. I heard that Your Majesty has completed the task that I asked you for last time. I owe Your Majesty a word of thanks. He coldly replied, It was not a difficult task, but it is rare for you to ask me to do some errand for you. Julian gently placed the teacup on the table. I have thought about the favors that Your Majesty has bestowed upon me, and I realized that I have never done anything that brings joy to Your Majesty. He quickly made his decision. From today onwards, I have decided to turn my back on the temple and will stand by Your Majesty. This made the Emperor disbelieve. Turn your back on the temple. When I tried to persuade you before, you did not even budge. What made you change your mind? He laughed and explained. Well, there is someone who motivated me. He thought to himself, I have long planned to make the temple collapse. Julian remembered the words he once said. What am I if not for this holy title? He knew himself well. I was scared of losing everything once the blessing disappeared. But he also had no other choice. Isn't it very funny? I spent my whole life trying to escape from the shadow of God with difficulty, but when the time came, I hesitated to let go of the power I held in my hands. A subtle change had appeared, but, at that time, Rebecca said sadly, that is the only way to be free. He realized the truth, when I knew that she yearned to escape so desperately, even if it meant putting herself in danger. His eyes widened. I felt like lightning struck my head. Julian continued to say his thoughts. That is still a secret, but one day, Your Majesty will know. He thought to himself, for now, I want to prove that I really stand by Your Majesty. The Emperor immediately waved his hand and praised. Well then, that is always welcome news. Suddenly he asked, Do you still remember the Katter faith? He felt curious. The Katter faith? Why mention a faith that disappeared long ago? Don't tell me that he intends to revive it to counter Defria. He shook his head and continued to speak. Of course not. I do not have the power or the reason to do that, but... A smug smile appeared on his face. We can still learn from history. Julian's words caught his attention. The Defria Church will collapse the way the Katter faith once did. Julian continued to hand the newspaper by laying the foundation for a new religion. He pointed to the man before him. I heard that the Pope has married his fifth wife. This is Pope Desracino welcoming his fifth wife, who is 30 years younger than him, still just a child. Julian's words were convincing. But the interesting thing is this, that young woman was once engaged to the most famous painter in the empire. The man before him was the genius painter Berinica launching his latest work. The Emperor was surprised. Berinica. He quickly picked up the newspaper, so the Pope used his power to steal that girl away. Huh. But what do you plan to do with that? At the same time, Julian said his plan. I will use his works to lay the foundation for a new religion. It seemed that he had made a decision, paintings that exposed the heinous crimes of the Pope and his clergy, sowing doubt throughout the nation. He continued to look towards the emperor. To do that, I will need your majesty's Mont Blanc club. Afterward, Croa worriedly asked, there is no turning back after this. Are you fully prepared? Julian sighed and hugged his head. This is inevitable, honestly. I wonder why I have delayed it for so long. He listlessly glanced outside. The familiar figure of Rebecca caught his attention. He called out very confused, Rebecca. The scene shifted to another place. A voice rang out, then I am counting on you. The child quickly waved her hand. Mom, make a lot of money. As usual, she walked into her workplace. Her friend seeing this announced, Oh, Margaret, you are just in time. Someone has come to visit you. She felt very surprised. A guest to visit. The familiar figure of Rebecca appeared. Hello, Margaret. Seeing her made her feel very disbelieving. Lady Rebecca. Rebecca continued to praise. You have a small and beautiful space. But it seemed that she was very uncomfortable. I do not know what reason you have for coming here to find me, but Lady Rebecca, this is my workplace, dropping by without informing me. This makes me very awkward. Her expression gradually became sad as she answered. Forgive me. This is the only way to be able to sneak out of the mansion, honestly, even if I made an appointment in advance. I am not sure that you would agree to meet me. She unconsciously recalled her previous memories. In my previous life, Margaret kept her distance and did not want to be involved with anything to do with me. This time, I learned the reason through Kanna, who told me about her past. That is what she learned. The statue of the goddess Defria in the Hall of Light at the Earl Devonshire's mansion. In fact, it is a family heirloom passed down through Margaret's line. Everything gradually worsened when Zeppelin coveted it and her father, Baron Gideon, refused to hand it over. In the end, Zeppelin did a wicked act. He burned down the entire mansion. In that devastating fire, the only survivor of the Gideon family was Margaret. Everything came too suddenly for this poor woman, and the unborn child in her belly. Rebecca explained with a bit of helplessness, I completely understand the reason you hate me, but... She did not know what to say. Can you see me not as a member of the Devonshire family, but just as Rebecca? But her voice was very sincere. I am here because I want to bring you a job. I am about to open a new business, and I want you to be the main pastry chef. Margaret, seeing this, withdrew her hand and uncomfortably reminded, I am just a baker in a small town. I do not understand why you would make such an offer to me. It is not like you and I have any special closeness, Lady Rebecca. This made Rebecca a bit helpless. That is because Rebecca. She recalled her previous memories. Although she hated having to talk to me, in my previous life, she let me work at her beauty salon. It seemed that she was not a bad person, and even helped me with meals in the family, in a kind and altruistic way. I want to repay that kindness. Speaking of this, Rebecca quickly stood up and announced, I promise, this is not an agreement that will disadvantage you. You will receive half of the profits as compensation. A radiant smile appeared on her face. I guarantee, you will not regret cooperating with me. This made Margaret somewhat surprised. Then Rebecca quickly returned to the same road. She remembered the man who pressed it into her hand. Margaret's friend. I can't let you go with empty hands. This made Rebecca thoughtful. I told him that it was not necessary. She immediately pulled out a piece of cake. But because I can't bring it back to the mansion, then I should try it right now. Walking and enjoying it made Rebecca very happy. So delicious. Just then, a hand touched Rebecca's shoulder. This made her very scared and turned her head. Could there be a bloodhound following me? Noticing the familiar face surprised her. Julian. Rebecca asked, confused. What are you doing here? You scared me to death. He quickly explained with a bit of embarrassment. I was just passing by and saw you. I approached because I was too excited. I did not mean to startle you. I am sorry. He did not forget to add, there are too many people looking here. Let us go to my carriage. After getting into the carriage, Julian thought to himself, damn it, I was supposed to just pass by. He looked at Rebecca before him, but I could not resist. I just wanted to tell her how successfully I had carried out her request. Just then she spoke. Grand Duke, I brought the item as you requested. Seeing this caught his attention. Let me see. The scene before her made Rebecca's expression immediately worried. That is, the delicious food had all been laid out. She was surprised to realize, this is food from the market. She thought to herself, I used to eat this when I was little. It has been a long time. Julian, seeing this, quickly suggested, I bought this out of curiosity about how the food here tastes. Since it is already like this, you should also try a bit. Rebecca immediately shook her head and announced, Unfortunately, I have to return early. We will have a meal together next time. Just then, a sound from her stomach roared. This made her feel very embarrassed. Julian did not hesitate to hand her a skewer. I do not think your stomach agrees. How about eating this before you go? This one smells the best. Rebecca immediately reached out and took it. Then, just one bite. She thought to herself, it is said that a familiar taste is a very scary thing. Even breathing feels difficult. His eyes were a bit surprised. Could it be that the Earl is starving you? You said you were full after only eating that much. It is amazing that all your organs fit in that tiny waist. An innocent smile appeared on her face. Organs, you really have no shame. Just this smile had won Julian's heart. He immediately turned to look in another direction. As I thought, her smiling face suits her more. Time shifted to the evening. Rebecca walked inside. Phew, I hope the dress still fits. Realizing that something was wrong made her freeze. The familiar carriage quickly appeared at this place. Her expression gradually became more awkward. Zeppelin's carriage. Zeppelin quickly stepped inside, whereas Rebecca, the subordinate, immediately announced, Madam is still resting in her room. Should I inform Madam that you are here? He sighed and moved forward. No, all right, I will go up myself. He had thought to himself, Emperor, what the hell are you thinking? To hire a painting that insults the temple. He felt very uncomfortable. There is something very strange. Why is he trying to pull me into a bet like this? Realizing that something was wrong caught Zeppelin's attention. Someone has been in Rebecca's room. If it was someone working here, they would have greeted me already. Just then, the door slowly opened. At the same time, Rebecca hurriedly ran to hug him. Zeppelin. This made him very surprised. Rebecca, you can walk again. She gave a forced smile. Not for long. I have always been secretly practicing walking so that I could surprise you. Zeppelin gently hugged her. Beloved Rebecca, just seeing you makes all the fatigue of my day disappear. But his eyes became very cold. He glanced at Kanna on one side. Did that sound come from Kanna? Unfortunately, at this time, Zeppelin immediately sneezed. Realizing that something was wrong caught his attention. He immediately turned to leave. Then, I will wait for you. Rebecca fell to the ground very tired. Kanna worriedly called out, Lady Rebecca. She smiled and chatted with her. I am okay. Anyway, you were worried because I came back late, right? I am sorry, Kanna. Her expression gradually became more worried. It is nothing, but if this continues. A sound from outside rang out, catching her attention. Forgive me. Rebecca quickly ran over and opened the door. Susan, I am sorry. Things became complicated, and I forgot about you. She gently shook her head and explained, It is okay. Rebecca worriedly asked, Were you able to sneak in during the day? Hearing this, Kanna nodded and recounted, Yes, no one recognized that I was impersonating Lady Rebecca. This made Rebecca very touched. Thank you, Susan. As promised, I will give you the necklace that you are wearing, she said with interest. Thank you, milady. Rebecca walked outside. Anyway, everything I wanted to do today has been completed. She remembered that time, and I even met Julian. A gentle smile appeared on her face. That was a comfortable meal. It has been a long time since I have eaten so well. Sweat on Rebecca's face dripped down. This is a problem. She realized that something was wrong. This feeling is a bit dangerous. Zeppelin inside the room became thoughtful. It seemed that he had realized something, the smell of sweat. He remembered when the two hugged. There was definitely a faint smell of sweat on Rebecca's body. As long as she lives in this mansion, there should not be anything that can make her sweat. At that time, Her expression became very strange, and she was strangely avoiding my eyes, occasionally looking at me coldly. It seemed that Zeppelin had realized something unusual. I still have not received a strange report from the bloodhounds. His eyes suddenly widened. That is right. He remembered everything. Everything started from that victory celebration party. Rebecca's attitude changed from that time. This made him headache, just like, she wants to leave me. Zeppelin immediately stood up and made a decision. Being careful to prevent the worst-case scenario is fine. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed the chain. Grace quickly walked in and called out, "You summoned me." Zeppelin's face became very smug. The thing that I created long ago. Some time later, he stepped outside. The familiar figure of Alicia caught his attention. Zeppelin suddenly asked, "Alicia, why are you still awake at this hour?" She smiled and rubbed her belly. "I can feel the baby moving. It must know its father has returned." There was something expectant in her expression. "Would you like to let the baby hear its father's voice?" A radiant smile appeared on her face. This made Zeppelin very surprised and think, how strange. Has Alicia always been this beautiful? Time returned to the past. The first time I met Alicia was in a remote village on the border, where I visited to find a painter. At that time, Zeppelin quickly got out of the car. The scene before him caught his attention. Alicia appeared with a rustic girl. He carefully looked at her face. She looks quite easy on the eyes. It seemed that Zeppelin did not pay much attention to her, but that was just a fleeting pleasure. That is all. Then he continued to leave. I did not make any promises about the future. Things were not over yet, but Rebecca smiled and announced, "Zeppelin, there is someone I want to introduce to you." She quickly held Alicia's hand and brought her in. "It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time, Earl." This scene made Zeppelin freeze instantly. Alicia is a more persistent woman than I thought. She smiled and asked, "Don't you think I am beautiful?" A smug smile appeared on his face. "That is right." He said to himself, "That is just curiosity." Back in reality, Zeppelin looked at Alicia. When I first heard that she was pregnant, I felt like she had stolen the child that should have been mine and Rebecca's. But now, he gave a smug smile. "I think I can also cherish this child." Realizing that something was wrong caught his attention. Strangely enough, at this moment, he remembered the familiar figure of Rebecca. It is not Rebecca. Zeppelin's hand gently touched her shoulder. He did not forget to add, "Let us go to the room." Just then, Kanna walked inside the room and called out, "Lady Rebecca." She continued to report everything. "As you said, the Earl has entered Alicia's room." Rebecca sighed and let down her hair. Time returned to earlier. At that time Rebecca challenged, "You want the things that belong to me, right? Then, actively take advantage of what you have." A smug smile appeared on her face, "Something that I do not have, but you do have." She continued to ask, "I wonder what that is." Rebecca thought to herself, so today she used that advice, Alicia. She felt very happy, now under the Emperor's orders. He will be absent for a month, so when he returns. Rebecca was looking forward to what would happen next. The world that Zeppelin knows will soon begin to collapse. Zeppelin. Time had shifted to the next morning. Zeppelin's expression became very strange. At that time, Kanna very calmly reported, "She cried all night looking for you." This made him give a smug smile. He did not forget to announce, "Before I leave, there are a few things I want to give to my wives." Rebecca and Alicia hearing this were surprised. Just then, a chain held Alicia's hand tightly. She asked very confused, "Earl, this is..." He casually announced, "The keys are in the hands of the head butler. Only in unavoidable circumstances will he briefly unlock the handcuffs." A look of triumph spread across his face. "So, be patient and wait, my dear wives." Rebecca looked at the chain in her hand with utter despair. Shortly after, Robert appeared quickly. "I have returned, Miss Rebecca." She smiled gently and asked, "Any progress?" This made him a little helpless. "The Earl's obsessive-compulsive disorder has relapsed," he announced. I could not obtain the exact evidence that Madame Rebecca mentioned, however. His expression turned serious. I found someone who can provide information. Robert shared what he knew. Someone escaped from the island. Naturally, this is related to Zeppelin, the place where Zeppelin imprisons the people he has kidnapped and held hostage, a place from which the hostages cannot escape. And even their families cannot find them. That must be the island he owns. Robert's face remained impassive. I overheard rumors of a madman claiming to have escaped from an island. Perhaps that person holds the clues we are looking for, but I narrowly missed him. He added, if you give me more time, I am sure I can find him. Rebecca thought to herself, it is a pity. I had hoped he could bring clues about the island while Zeppelin was away, but just then, she called out, Robert. He perked up. Yes, please give me your orders. She probed quickly. Are you good at lying? Robert looked surprised. Pardon. Rebecca continued, spread a rumor among the hounds. She whispered quickly into his ear, that Rebecca is a saint. A triumphant smile appeared on her face. She has received God's grace and can see the future. She can also clearly see the past. Her marriage to Zeppelin is a test from God. That is what you will say. The scene shifted to the inside of a house. Muffin shouted happily, success. He laughed with glee, like a madman. His face was flushed with excitement. Finally, Muffin continued to look at his achievement. I will be freed from the Duke's nagging. He was illuminating the inside of the room. Muffin continued to search around. Are you providing this amazing facility for free? Julian smiled as he approached. Of course. He instructed, don't worry about anything. Just focus on your research. Even the maids had appeared at the location. Sir Eustace, it is time for your meal, one said. A meal prepared with Montfort potatoes. Julian calmly granted a privilege. Do you need more research materials? I will prepare them immediately. This made him incredibly happy. This is heaven, is not it? He happily sank into his own thoughts. I was worried because of the scandalous rumors about his terrible personality. I thought they were all nonsense. Suddenly, a sound rang out, drawing Muffin's attention. Julian approached and quickly reprimanded him. Do you have time to sleep so leisurely? He felt confused. Pardon, I just stayed up all night and was preparing to take a short nap. Julian coldly grabbed Muffin by the collar. You have 2 months. His expression became even more serious. With those 2 months, turn Devil's Claw into something usable. This situation startled him. Why did he suddenly change his attitude? Muffin cried helplessly. Those miserable days are back. Back then, Julian always expressed his attitude to him. How can you eat considering your research speed? Can't sleep? You will sleep in eternal sleep when you die. So is there a need to sleep now? Julian's smile haunted him. Ridiculous rumors. If anything, they are toned down. All nobles are the same. If it were not for this contract, I would have quit long ago. Muffin was overjoyed with the current situation. Sir Eustace, this genius, has done it, and in just 1 month, and now I can laugh in the face of the Duke who tormented me. Just then, Julian suddenly opened the door. You said the Devil's Claw is ready. He smiled and nodded in agreement. Yes, please see for yourself. Looking at this made him a little surprised. Consume it, Muffin quickly explained. You just need to chew and swallow the freshly picked leaves. Julian slowly placed the pot of plants down on the ground. Well done. He threw a bag of money. I added a little something as a reward for your efforts. Looking at the bag of money before him, Muffin was very surprised. Hey, how much is all this worth? At the same time, he apologized for his part, and, I am sorry. I was too hasty and I think I spoke too harshly. This made him incredibly unbelievable. He apologized. Maybe he is just a little crazy. Before Muffin could rejoice, Julian announced, all right, back to work. He was startled. What? But was not the Devil's Claw research completed? He quickly approached. What are you saying? There is a mountain of things for you to research. Have you heard of crimson grapes? His voice trembled slightly. Don't tell me. Are you talking about the Earl of Devonshire's patented variety of grape? He threatened without hesitation. That is right. Research how to make those diseased grapes better. Your deadline is 1 week. Listening to this made Muffin completely despair. No, after all, He is a madman. He is a demon. That guy is definitely the devil. The scene shifted to a large mansion. The hounds were constantly discussing together. Robert, is there anything unusual when you supervise the madam? Nothing to report, but I did notice something while watching the madam. Just then, Robert spoke up. I think, could madam be a saint? The brown-haired man was surprised. What? His expression was very serious. Do you remember the last time when I was submerged in water while repairing the house? It happened just a few minutes after the madam said something. He continued to say what he knew. Madam can see the future. She must be a saint. Besides, she has a beautiful appearance and a kind heart. Everything fits. The brown-haired man was still about to say something more. You have lost your mind. It is just a coincidence. Don't overthink it and let us go. The blue-haired man beside him replied. No, she is a saint. His expression was somewhat serious. I have experienced it too. At that time, Rebecca reminded, Rodrigo, be careful above you. He still did not understand what was going on. Pardon. She coldly turned her head and announced, I can only say that much. There was something strange in her voice. Why does God punish good people? Suddenly, a pot of plants appeared from above with a scream. Careful. Luckily, he managed to dodge in time. He unconsciously remembered Rebecca's words. Rodrigo, be careful above you. He continued to tell everyone the story. The madam really does have prophetic abilities. The brown-haired man turned his head in surprise. But why have not we known about Miss Rebecca's abilities until now? The blue-haired man immediately replied. She said that being with the Earl is her challenge, so her power only appears when the Earl is not present. They discussed in surprise together. The Earl is her challenge. That makes sense. The time shifted to late night. The door to Rebecca's room was quickly opened. She smiled and started chatting. Kumein, Rodrigo. Everything was in Rebecca's plan now then. She continued to probe the current situation. Who have you decided to be loyal to? In the blink of an eye, time had shifted to the morning. The man inside the room was still focused on drawing. Zeppelin felt very bored. What is this? He sighed and glanced in another direction. I thought I was sent here to supervise the artist. The gazes in this place made him uncomfortable. Instead, I feel like I have become a prisoner. Zeppelin sighed and fell onto the bed. It is no different from being exiled. Realizing something was wrong made him ponder. He looked at the photo of Rebecca. Rebecca has completely recovered her health, yet I am wasting my time here. Suddenly, just then, Zeppelin sat up. He picked up a pen and started drawing. The artist, seeing this, stepped forward in surprise. It seems you are drawing your wife. A triumphant smile appeared on his face. He sighed and continued to speak. I am not drawing it for anyone to see. Looking at the painting before him, the artist seriously remarked, if no one sees the painting, then it is no different from having no life. I think you have outstanding talent in this field. Your Grace. Zeppelin also sighed and admitted, compared to the works of the masters, this is just garbage. But he did not think so. Garbage? How can you say that to a painting full of emotion? Realizing something was wrong made Zeppelin uncomfortable. Wait, how do you know I am drawing Rebecca? He smiled and turned his head to chat. Is there any artist who does not know the Countess of Devonshire? Since she was young, do you know how many artists have longed to make her their muse? Remembering something caught the artist's attention. Speaking of which, you made Zeppelin very surprised. What is it? He continued to express his feelings. You and your wife have a similar appearance. Both of you have beautiful faces, something that every artist craves. His hand slowly touched Zeppelin's face. Even the distance between the wrinkles is perfectly proportional. The eyes are clear and transparent like the sea. And the nose. Let us see. Unable to endure it any longer, he immediately stood up. Stop it. I am not a work of art. How rude. He had no choice but to step back. All right, in return, you must fulfill one of my requests. For enduring being imprisoned in this place to paint, I must get what I want, right? Just then, he suggested, become my muse. Zeppelin felt incredibly unbelievable. What? The artist stepped forward and probed. Don't you want to become a character in a masterpiece for the ages? Zeppelin angrily put his hand on his chest and asked, You are asking me to become a model as an insult. Do I look like a fool? The artist laughed mockingly. Do you think how many people will recognize that the model is you, Duke? Moreover, I do not really paint exactly as things are. He made him look towards him. So, what do you think about my idea? This made Zeppelin very hesitant. Being a model for Berenica's famous painting. He secretly calculated in his head, and when I glanced at the painting he drew, I felt it was a masterpiece. Maybe it will be a work for future generations. He did not know what he should do. And I will be credited as a masterpiece. That is right. Anyway, the work is presented anonymously, and even if someone recognizes me, I can just deny it. Zeppelin immediately turned his head to look in another direction. If it is just for a moment then. A triumphant smile appeared on the artist's face. In the middle of the large mansion, Julian threw the document forward. I did not expect him to agree. He sighed in frustration. He really is a stupid bastard. In it, he secretly calculated, I had hoped to take this opportunity to imprison Zeppelin and make him suffer a part of the pain that Rebecca has suffered. Repent. He is so useless that he can't be saved. He continued to remind, Croa, give this to Berenica. His voice was somewhat calm, and it is best to have more people to supervise Zeppelin, to the point that he feels disgusted just by breathing there. He nodded in understanding. Understood. Julian treated himself to a glass of wine. He quickly walked outside. In his heart, he felt curious. I wonder what Rebecca is doing. Rebecca's face appeared in his mind. Julian. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. Julian hurriedly ran to open the drawer. He quickly pulled out small pills. Then he put them all in his mouth. Julian sat down very tiredly. The influence of the curse is getting stronger, is it? He reminded himself, I must take Rebecca out of the Earl's mansion as soon as possible. Suddenly, he turned his head to look to the side. It seemed Rebecca had an idea. Devonshire's grape wine. That is right. I think I can use this. A bright smile appeared on his face. Even if I go back, I won't be able to meet Rebecca alone. Zeppelin, Devonshire. The scene shifted to a large mansion. Rebecca walked tiredly. So far, I have won over a total of 6 hounds. She secretly recalled everything. According to what I have confirmed, there are as many as 13 hounds in this mansion. This gave her a headache. Among them, except for Knight Bates, who absolutely cannot be won over. 31. Head Butler Grace and Butler Octavio. That means more than half have sided with me. Rebecca was still calculating. The 6 people I have won over all have one thing in common, that their lovers are being held captive. They are easily persuaded when I say that there are clues to save. Those people. Her face gradually became thoughtful. The remaining 4 are quite a problem. She continued to think of a way to take advantage. 3 of them are all in deep debt, and I can't find the other person's weakness. Rebecca frowned. What should I do? Suddenly, a voice rang out, attracting her attention. I told you I am not comfortable. Take it off right now. 37. Grace calmly announced, The Earl has requested that the handcuffs not be removed except in necessary cases. She shouted loudly, And what do you call this if it is not an emergency? Look, my skin is scratched and bleeding. That is handcuffs padded with the finest silk. It seemed she did not care at all. As long as you do not forcibly remove them, you won't be scratched like this. How dare you act carelessly with items bestowed by the Earl? I am carrying the Earl's heir. She became even more angry and shouted, You know that excessive stress is not good for me. You will be in big trouble if anything goes wrong. Release me right now while I am still talking nicely. This is the rule. Please abide by it. Just then, Grace stepped forward and announced, If you want to continue staying in this beautiful mansion. She showed an extremely cruel smile. The Earl has entrusted all authority to me to punish you. At the same time, Grace did not forget to threaten, However, I won't punish you, considering you are pregnant. You will regret what happened today. Alicia angrily turned her head and left. This is the second time, madam. A triumphant smile appeared on Grace's face. All of this was witnessed by Rebecca. There was something strange in her expression. She quickly took step after step forward. Just then, Grace announced, "This is the second time, madam." Rebecca turned her head in confusion. "What are you talking about?" She continued to explain, "I am referring to the number of times I have overlooked your mistakes." It seemed Grace knew everything. The first time, when you tried to deceive me in a maid's outfit. The second time, when you disguised yourself as Susan, went to the market, and came back. She smiled triumphantly and turned her head. "You probably did not expect that I would know everything that happens in the mansion, right?" This situation made Rebecca suddenly become worried. Very quickly, a smile appeared on her face. "Should I thank you for that?" She shook her head and quickly explained, "No, when my daughter fainted from a terminal illness, I was able to see my daughter one last time thanks to you persuading the Earl on my behalf." At the same time, Grace continued to declare, "Therefore, to repay that, I will solve 3 problems for you." After she finished speaking, she made a decision. "Therefore, I will not submit a report related to the rumors about the saint." There was something scary in her voice. "And do not worry, I won't consider this one of the favors." Grace's expression was like she had been brainwashed. "You are perfect, madam." These words caused Rebecca to freeze. "Those eyes, it is like." She sighed in frustration and spoke. "You speak with the same tone as him, as if you are the owner of this place." She smiled and quickly bowed her head. "How could that be? The owner of this place is a member of the Devonshire family. However, my ancestors have taken care of this place since its establishment, so I simply have a special attachment to it." At the same time, she slowly replied, "I understand. I will always be grateful for your dedicated loyalty." She suddenly asked a question. "So you said you would give me another favor to help me, right?" Rebecca continued to speak. "Don't forget that promise." Inside the room, Kanna's scream rang out. "How dare you? Do you know where this is?" Julian was still about to say something more. "Just listen to me for a moment." Just then, Rebecca ran over. "Oh my God!" She quickly called both of them, Julian, Kanna. The actions of the 2 people made her very confused. "What are you 2 doing?" Julian suddenly sprang up and ran towards her. He asked in confusion, "That woman, could she be a bodyguard instead of a maid?" Kanna looked angrily towards Rebecca. "You know him." She sighed and quickly spoke. "Let me introduce you properly." Rebecca continued to point at her. "This is Kanna. She has the skills of a bodyguard, but she is my close maid." She turned her head and announced, "And this is Julian, Grand Duke Johannes." Next, Rebecca reminded, "Now, shake hands, like it is nice to meet you." Seeing the actions of the 2 people made Rebecca not know what to say. Just then, Julian announced, "I have something to discuss privately, just the 2 of us." Kanna coldly reminded from the side, "I am afraid that is not possible." She gently moved closer. "Kanna, it will be all right. He is not dangerous." She immediately nodded obediently. "I understand. But if something happens, please call me immediately. I will run over right away." Rebecca quickly sat down on the bed. "Honestly, I told you not to appear so suddenly. It was quite urgent." This made her curious. "What is it?" His face gradually became happy. "I have it, the devil's claw." Rebecca's eyes lit up. "Really? So when can you get it for me?" He turned his head to look to the side. "Now." Julian slowly announced, "You must pick those leaves before today ends." Rebecca excitedly moved closer. "This color, and the shape of the leaves too. It really is devil's claw." He immediately coughed a few times. "That is it." There was some coyness in his voice. "I went to great lengths to get this. Is a thank you the only way to express your gratitude?" Rebecca still did not understand what was going on. What do you want?" Julian suddenly grabbed her hand. "What do you mean, what?" The distance between the 2 became closer and closer. "What we did wrong last time." This made her embarrassed. "Wait, we are not married yet. I know you are at your peak, but..." Seeing this, he asked in surprise, "What are you talking about?" He continued to put her hand on his head. "I want you to pat my head." This action made Rebecca freeze for a moment. He continued to tease as he approached. You really are hopeless. Your face is flushed red. What on earth are you imagining? Rebecca stubbornly retorted. Who told you that I was imagining something? This surprised Julian. Weren't you imagining something inappropriate? If not, why are you reacting so strongly? He gently lowered his head. No one has ever. His voice became happy. Ever patted my head like that? Julian said what was on his mind. And no one has ever thanked me with such an emotional tone. Suddenly, Rebecca moved closer, catching his attention. What are you doing? She quickly explained. There is no smell of alcohol. You are not drunk anymore, are you? He hurriedly spoke. I am sorry to disappoint you, but I am completely sober. Julian turned his head to look behind him. You said it hurts a lot when using this, right? Rebecca nodded and continued to explain. It will hurt, and I will become strange. The blisters will burst, and I will give off an unpleasant smell. I will become so ugly that everyone will shun me. He felt confused. Aren't you afraid? She smiled gently and announced, I swore I would not run away. If I do not reclaim what belongs to me, then the future will only be barren. It seemed like she had been waiting for a long time. Then what else is making me hesitate? Rebecca reached out and took the plant in her hand. Seeing this, Julian was about to stop her. If you touch it with your bare hands like that. But she put all of it in her mouth. A bright smile bloomed on her face. What a relief. Now I do not have to face the nightmare of sharing a bed with Zeppelin when he returns. This stunned him for a moment. What are you? Rebecca immediately turned to leave. Anyway, would you like some tea? No one comes to my room at this hour. He shook his head. No, I just remembered I have something to do. Rebecca was about to say something more, but it was just for a moment. Just then, Leo appeared before her. She sighed and approached him. You said last time that we had to wait 3 hours to switch bodies, but it has not been that long. This confused her. Why did Julian lie to me that day? Rebecca suddenly hugged Leo and lay down on the bed. Never mind. She immediately fell into a deep sleep. It seemed the scene had changed. That day, I had a dream. Rebecca silently looked at the space before her. An endless long tunnel. No matter how far I go, I do not see the end, but I am not afraid. At the end of the tunnel, a voice rang out, Rebecca. She was walking step by step towards the light. Rebecca. Those calls appeared repeatedly. Rebecca. She raised her head and looked forward. The familiar figure of Julian appeared. She quickly called out, Julian. The space here remained strangely silent. Suddenly, a figure appeared next to the window. Julian quickly picked up a knife and went to this place. He secretly thought in his head, if I kill Zeppelin right now, everything will be easier. The knife quickly went to Zeppelin's neck. Rebecca can escape from that horrifying mansion, and if she becomes a widow, I can let her remarry sooner. Suddenly, he immediately turned to leave. I have no right to punish that bastard. That is for Rebecca to do herself. Just then, Zeppelin sleepily called out, Rebecca. He clenched his palm. Rebecca will understand, at least this matter. In the middle of the mansion, a very strange sound rang out. Zeppelin hugged his cheek and sat up shouting. But there was no one in the room at this time. This made him feel very confused. Time had shifted to the next morning. Zeppelin desperately put his hand on his cheek. The wound is finally healed. He still did not understand what happened. Exactly who? Zeppelin continued to recall the events of that night. Looking at the way they could enter without anyone noticing, the intruder must be very skilled. But why did not he kill me? He felt very confused again. My return has been delayed for a whole week. Could this be done by the Emperor? The carriage continued to move forward. As soon as they saw Zeppelin, the subordinates quickly bowed their heads. Welcome back, Your Grace. He kissed Alicia on the forehead. Alicia, have you been good? Oh, where's Rebecca? The subordinate, seeing this, said in confusion, Didn't I send that letter to you? He still did not understand what was going on. What letter? At the same time, the butler quickly announced, Miss Rebecca has fallen ill. She has been tormented by a mysterious fever since last week, And 3 days ago, blisters started appearing on her body. Zeppelin, seeing this, stepped forward in shock. What? Why are you only telling me now? Didn't you write in the letter that everything was fine? He quickly explained. No, Your Grace, I have always included updates on Miss Rebecca's condition in the letters. This angered Zeppelin. Could it be that even secret letters are being censored by the Emperor? Realizing something ominous in the room startled him. His whole body started to tremble. No! Zeppelin still could not believe the truth. Impossible. He immediately opened the door and stepped inside. Rebecca's weak voice rang out. Zeppelin. Zeppelin's attitude had completely changed. Why? He shouted like a madman in this place. He could not believe the truth. Rebecca. Zeppelin turned his head and blamed the doctor. What are you doing while my wife has to endure such pain? He was a little worried and quickly explained. Your Grace, we have tried all the available methods. We have never seen this kind of disease before. He did not forget to announce. Now we can only advise you to wait. This made Zeppelin very desperate. Are you saying she will die like this? The doctor bowed his head and immediately announced. Based on our current understanding, yes. He could not accept this truth. Damn it, we have to find a solution, immediately. The doctor hurriedly ran out. Yes. Zeppelin sighed helplessly. Rebecca weakly called out from the bed. Zeppelin. His face gradually became uncomfortable. Rebecca, do not worry. I will do anything to make you return to the way you were before. Her headaches appeared again. Seeing this, Kanna quickly reminded. It is not good. Her fever is higher than yesterday. I think she needs to rest. He did not hesitate to step outside. That is right, Rebecca, please rest. Only 2 people were left in the room at this time. Rebecca smiled and winked. How was my acting, Kanna? Kanna gently announced. It was amazing. She chatted happily while lying on the bed. You saw it too, did not you? He pretended to be worried but did not even dare to come near me, as if he was afraid of being infected. It seemed she felt happy. Yes, that is definitely Zeppelin Devonshire. He is the kind of man who cares about himself even before his sick wife. Rebecca's eyes became sad. All his words of love are false. There is no true love. It breaks down as soon as the other person stops giving you what you want. She sighed and chatted. I do not understand why people call it by such a noble name as love. Zeppelin angrily slammed the table. He felt very confused. How did things turn out like this, Rebecca? Octavio quickly stepped forward. Your Grace, I have something to say. It seemed Zeppelin did not care much. If it does not help the current situation, then you better shut your mouth, Octavio. He approached and smiled. This may be related. Seeing this, Zeppelin paid attention. Say it. Octavio immediately announced. There are rumors that Madame's illness may be a divine disease. In fact, after you left, Earl, the rumor that Madame Rebecca is a saint has spread widely. He had learned something. From what I observed, it seems Miss Rebecca possesses a divine power that can see through the future. Seeing through the future, this made him uncomfortable. Octavio, are you kidding me? He smiled and continued. That is true. It is not just 1 or 2 servants that Madame has helped. Zeppelin continued to say his thoughts. Even if that is true, is not it strange that I have not known about it all this time? Octavio hesitated a bit when saying this. That, I heard Mrs. Divine Power is suppressed for some reason. He felt curious. Who would start such a silly rumor? His next words made Zeppelin freeze. It was Robert. He could not believe the truth. Robert. It seemed he had guessed something. So that bastard is behind this. Zeppelin's expression became somber. I should have known. He did not notice Octavio's face showing a strange smile. He immediately stepped out. Grace, seeing this, asked, Octavio, has the Earl gone to sleep yet? He quickly nodded in agreement. I have taken care of everything, so you do not need to worry. Headmaid Grace, you are waiting here to see if I told His Grace about the rumor of Madame being a saint, right? This confused her. You told His Grace. Octavio continued to speak. Why are you so surprised? The Earl has the right to know everything that is happening in this mansion. Realizing something was wrong caught her attention. This scent. She is burning that incense again. The one that the late Earl forbade. But it seemed he did not care much. He is gone. The current Earl is Sir Zeppelin. If the Earl has allowed it, then what is the problem? A triumphant smile appeared on his face. Oh, and by the way, I also mentioned that Robert was the source of this rumor, so he will be investigated. His next words immediately startled Grace. Because he was once a potential son-in-law, so I thought you might be curious. After speaking, Octavio turned and left. Well then, please excuse me. I still have a lot to do. Her expression was very strange. One morning, Rebecca asked, Robert has been summoned. Kanna, hearing this, nodded in agreement. Yes, it seems that His Grace urgently searched for him this morning. She sighed and quickly spoke. They found him slower than I expected. She felt confused. You already knew in advance that he would be discovered. A sad smile appeared on Rebecca's face. Of course, this is most likely orchestrated by Octavio, a plan to divert Zeppelin away from me to the traitor. Kanna was still about to say something more. Then Robert. Rebecca's eyes became very cold. Vildi. She could not believe her ears. What? A bucket of dirty water was thrown straight at Robert. Wake up. He looked very miserable at this time. Zeppelin sat on one side and coldly observed. I will ask you one more time. He uncomfortably asked. Why did you spread such unfounded rumors? Robert raised his head and replied to him. That is not a rumor. She is a real saint. Suddenly, Zeppelin felt regret. What a pity, Robert. I quite liked you. The red-hot iron was quickly brought over. Robert had realized something was wrong. A scream of despair rang out. He suddenly raised his head to look toward Zeppelin. Just one last request. His whole body started to tremble. Could I have a cigarette, and then I will tell the whole truth. Zeppelin, hearing this, waved his hand and ordered. I think I can accept the last wish of a dying man. Finally, the iron chain was opened. Robert's body trembled as he took the cigarette. Zeppelin. He slowly put the cigarette to his mouth. A sad smile appeared on his face. Everything according to her wishes. Finally, Robert spoke. I admire her. These words made Zeppelin freeze. What did you just say? He continued to say what was on his mind. Do I have to say it again? I admire Miss Rebecca. I love her beautiful face and kind heart. You do not deserve Miss Rebecca. This time, Robert directly blamed him. If you love her, then let her go. You are nothing but a burden to her. Zeppelin angrily cursed. You bastard. Zeppelin even stepped forward to beat Robert. The screams continued to ring out. How dare you? A dog like you dares to covet what belongs to your master. Just then, Octavio put his hand out to stop him. Enough. But he was still very angry. This bastard, that bastard, everyone is aiming for what belongs to me. The blonde on one side quickly observed the situation. He turned his head and announced, he is dead. Zeppelin waved his hand to signal, handle this matter. He did not forget to add, I am in a very bad mood. Octavio, tell them to prepare a bath for me. He nodded in understanding. Understood. Just then, the blonde turned his head to look towards Robert. The cigarette mixed on the ground was covered in blood. The scene shifted to Lady Obelia's side. She turned her head in surprise to look in one direction. The mysterious person on the outside called out, Hello, Lady Danae. She, seeing this, was surprised and paid attention. You must be. Inside the mansion, the doctor's voice rang out. This is a disease I have never seen before. He turned his head and announced, I can prescribe medicine to reduce the fever, but it will only have a temporary effect. This made Zeppelin very desperate. This is the 20th person already. He did not know what he should do. So many doctors have come and gone for weeks, but no one knows what the name of this disease is. Rebecca secretly thought in her head, Of course not. This is not a disease, but devil's claw poisoning. She felt a little helpless, but it hurts much more than I remember. A weak voice rang out. Zeppelin, please give up. I am fine. Besides, you have Alicia. Zeppelin, hearing this, waved his hand and shook his head. No, you are my only wife, Rebecca. Just then, Octavio quickly stepped forward. Please excuse me. He whispered in Zeppelin's ear. His expression completely changed. What? At the grape farm, he continued to speak. I think you need to go immediately. This made Zeppelin tired. Damn it. Why at this moment? Octavio coldly suggested. Don't worry, just go. Leave everything here to me. His expression did not change. In addition, we received a message from the temple. These words made him uncomfortable. The temple, did not I tell you that it is nonsense? Octavio was still about to say something more. But after all, that is still our last hope. Trying once won't hurt anything. Zeppelin immediately turned to leave. Forget it. Tell them that we do not need it. He quickly said goodbye. Rebecca, I have to go out for a bit. Octavio will take care of you while I am away. So please rest and recuperate. Rebecca nodded in understanding. Yes. Please be careful on your way, Zeppelin. Only 2 people were left inside the room. Octavio smiled friendly. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Looking at the man before her caught her attention. Octavio, he has a special talent in making people lower their guard. She knew how evil this man was. Not just 1 or 2, but he found more secrets that way. Wrapped around his master's neck and whispered sweet words. This made her compare. He is like a dangerous snake. Thinking of this, Rebecca quickly replied. I am fine. By the way, Octavio, how has Kanna been lately? The maids were suddenly changed so abruptly, and that is quite inconvenient. Octavio nodded in agreement. Kanna is doing very well in her new position. It seems that is her true forte. After observing her for a while, the Earl decided that she was not suitable to serve the master. Something bad must have happened. After Robert died, perhaps thinking that she was involved, Kanna was also transferred to the laundry area. Her position was naturally replaced by a new maid. And I am alone again. Everything was in Octavio's calculations. All of those things were definitely done by Octavio. Anyway, he is the one who has the right to appoint the guard dogs. Things are not as bad as they seem. But, thanks to that, Kanna is actually more convenient to move around. Rebecca was very much looking forward to the future. All I need to do now is wait. From their previous conversation, it seems like Julian has started working on the Red Vineyard already. The scene shifted to Viscount Ovilia's mansion. Lady Obelia reminded herself, I need to quickly fulfill Rebecca's request. Just then, Earl Obelia quickly approached and asked, My love, where have you been all this time? She hurriedly turned her head and explained, I told you last time, I went to Mrs. Jenkins's house. He guessed something. Don't lie to me. Every time you lie, your eyebrows have to rise. His expression gradually became sad. You have not been seeing another man, right? Is it because I am not capable enough? These words left her speechless. According to Obelia, what are you talking about? He was still constantly blaming himself. I can't live without you, Dana. If you want to remarry another man, please accept me as a concubine. Lady Obelia did not know what to say. What nonsense are you talking about? The twin sisters also quickly ran in. Dad, both of them continued to remind. Mom is going out to make some money, so do not get in the way. These words surprised him. Making money. Dana sighed and continued to explain. I can't explain in detail, but that is right. A gentle smile bloomed on her face. So do not cry anymore. Theo was still about to say something more. My love, it is because I am too useless, so you are. Lady Obelia suddenly reminded. I told you not to cry. On the other side, the announcement rang out. Madam, someone from the Earl of Devonshire's house has arrived. Tanisha quickly took step after step forward. They have finally arrived. Everything was gradually being arranged properly. While the shop was being built, Lady Dana had arranged many other things. Lady Obelia constantly instructed, This is fake. The flower petal pattern here has a slight difference. We should end our cooperation with this place. Her communication skills are also very outstanding. So she has helped a lot when dealing with the noble ladies. A bright smile appeared on her face. When I casually asked, she said that she had been a maid for the Empress for a long time. So now, it is my turn. In the letter, Rebecca had also instructed Tanisha, use every means possible to generate a large profit. She excitedly ran forward. All right, it is time to make money. After some time, the merchant quickly spoke. This is a generous offer. He thought triumphantly in his head. Just a little kid. This is even easier than I thought. A little explanation about the wine business, along with the art trading market, is one of the largest business areas of the Devonshire family. Things were not so simple, but after only one night, all the red grapes in the vineyard had dried up due to the savanna aphids. Many methods had been proposed, but there was only one way to kill the savanna aphids, by using Tamara ladybugs, however. Thinking of this made him ponder. The Tanisha Trading Company had bought up all the Tamara ladybugs in the entire country. Initially, I suspected whether the Tanisha Trading Company was the cause of the red grapes drying up. But now that I am here, he continued to look at the weak Tanisha before him. Unless they are crazy, how could a rundown place like this dare to touch the Devonshire family? Just then, she pushed the paper forward. I think you will have to pay this much. The merchant, seeing this, was very surprised. Hey, young lady, it seems your intuition about money is very poor. No one buys ordinary insects at this price. Tanisha was very surprised. Is that so? She smiled innocently and pointed to the paper before her. What about this price, sir? Are not you in a hurry? Suddenly, he angrily slammed the table. Young lady, are you raising this ridiculous price again? I am here as a representative of the Devonshire family. Show some respect. Tanisha, seeing this, sighed. You called me young lady first, so I thought we were being consistent with the way we address each other. She quickly put her hand up to calculate. The summer festival is coming soon, and even the Crown Prince's birthday party. The peak season is coming. While I exclusively own the only solution, is not raising the price a basic principle of business. Her face became even more terrifying. Furthermore, your master is Zeppelin Devonshire, right? If you do not resolve this before the end of today, you will be doomed. Realizing something was wrong made the merchant startled. She knows about it. I thought she was just a kid. She is not ordinary at all. On this side, Julian had also received the news. The source of goods has been secured. It seemed like he was very pleased and laughed. Just then, the priest entered inside. Sorry for keeping you waiting. He smiled and announced. There was a bit of a matter at home. He had guessed something. He is probably looking for his fifth wife, but at this hour, she is probably having fun on the sea with Berenica. Seeing Leo appear made the priest surprised. Sir Leo. Julian quickly took his cane. Well then, please excuse me for a moment. Leo stood still there, receiving this stream of light. Julian's body became more comfortable. I have been doing this for months, but it never feels easy. Just then, the priest smiled and asked, why is it that every time I see you, you are more handsome? But Leo's expression became even more uncomfortable. Without a hint of embarrassment, he explained, it seems I have been impolite. Julian sighed and continued, having to go through this every month just to bring light to that toy. Do you know that every time I do, my lifespan is shortened? He chuckled and quickly replied, how can someone serving God call a sacred object a toy? There was something strange in his voice. The mere existence of this light scepter is like a beacon for the unfortunate. Like Sir Leo. Julian was very disdainful. It is just a means of collecting donations, yet they flaunt it as if it is so grand. Scammers. He quickly stood up. If the work is done, I will take my leave. Before he left, the priest asked, by the way, when are you planning to get married? You should have an heir while you are young. Julian smiled and turned his head to look at him. It is the Pope who needs to work hard to have an heir, not me. How many wives have you taken, and you still can't have a child? This made him want to say something more. That matter. Just then, shouts attracted everyone's attention. Oh goddess, thank you. Oh no. Julian's expression became even stranger. That is. The scene before him caught his attention. A dice of fate. Anyone could roll the dice to predict their fate for the day, just by donating a set amount of money. The dice gradually rolled and suddenly stopped. The man shouted desperately. The higher the number, the greater the fate for that day. The others, seeing this, reminded him, "If you are done, leave quickly." Julian knew these things very well, but it was all a scam. In fact, Crow aside on one side. They are casino affiliates associated with the temple. He replied wearily, "No matter how many times I see it, this place still makes me uncomfortable." A subordinate hurriedly approached and whispered, "Your Holiness, I have something to report." The priest immediately turned to leave. "I am sorry, but I have urgent business to attend to. I wish you a safe journey." He turned his head in confusion. "Leo, what is wrong with that guy?" Suddenly, Leo slowly announced, "Rebecca." It said what it felt. Maybe a saint. Julian froze upon hearing this. What? The local priests had also gathered in Rebecca's room. "All right, now then." The blonde brought the necklace forward. "I will bring out the sacred object." Alicia. The image of Rebecca appeared in the mirror. She silently looked at the situation before her. So this is the message from the temple. This made her very confused. Taking advantage of the opportunity while Zeppelin is heading towards the vineyard and bringing in a priest, Octavio, what the hell is he thinking? Suddenly, Octavio whispered, "If you become a saint, you can leave here." He showed a very triumphant smile. "That is why I spread this rumor, right? I will help you escape from here." Rebecca's eyes gradually changed. "I understand now. Octavio is trying to separate me from Zeppelin." She realized everything. Because if I am here, he can't control this mansion according to his wishes. Just then, the priest suddenly spoke. "Now then, please place your hand on top of this necklace." Rebecca reassured herself. "It will be fine. Anyway, the sacred object won't light up. My plan won't fail." As she put her hand towards the necklace, a light suddenly flashed. The priest, witnessing the scene, was surprised. This light. He hurriedly knelt down on the ground. "Saintess." Rebecca's expression became unbelievable. "Octavio." It seemed she had understood. "You interfered with the sacred object just to send me away." Just then, Zeppelin quickly opened the door. "What is all the noise about?" Seeing that he had appeared made Rebecca freeze. "Zeppelin." His expression gradually became more tense. He quickly approached and questioned, "Octavio, did not I tell you not to do anything?" Octavio replied very calmly, "I sent a letter saying that I did not need you to return from the holy site, but I am afraid it arrived too late. But it was not all in vain anyway. Look at that light. Miss Rebecca really is a saint." Zeppelin did not want to accept the truth. "Impossible. Rebecca is really a saint." The priest immediately nodded. "Yes, that is right." He did not forget to explain. "Because the sacred object has emitted such a brilliant light. The Countess is the chosen one of God, surpassing anyone." Suddenly, Zeppelin remembered Robert's words. That is not a false rumor. She really is a saint. He was very suspicious. So that bastard Robert was telling the truth. Just then, Octavio asked, "Then, are the blisters and fever on the lady's body also caused by divine power?" The priest nodded in agreement. "That is right." He said what he knew. From ancient times, people with outstanding divine power but refusing to become vessels of God sometimes suffer from a holy disease. There are records of hives all over the body, and severe high fevers. Rebecca's expression changed even more. The Countess now is currently suffering from a holy disease. She knew this was not the truth. "Impossible. This can't be a holy disease. It is because I ate devil's claw." Suddenly, Zeppelin approached and blamed. "Then there must be a cure, right? There is still a way for her to return to normal, right?" The priest looked blank. "Precisely, there is still one way." He seriously said what he was thinking. "She must accept God. There is no other way." His voice was somewhat certain. To do that, one can only serve God. The Countess must divorce the Earl. This made Zeppelin unbelievable. "What?" It seemed he was about to faint. Suddenly, the priest turned his head to look towards Rebecca. "Then, now you must decide, Miss Rebecca, whether or not you will become a saint." Zeppelin, seeing this, was still about to say something more. Of course, realizing something was wrong caught his attention. "Wait, if there is no other way besides becoming a saint, He secretly thought in his head. If not, could it be that I have to keep that ugly Rebecca by my side forever? The priest turned his head to look towards Zeppelin. The other person's opinion will not be counted. When enlisting in the registry to become a saint, the most important thing is the voluntary will of the applicant themselves. He was uncomfortable. What is it? This time, the priest turned his head and called her name. Rebecca Devonshire. That voice gently rang out. Are you willing to become a loyal follower of the goddess Depria? Zeppelin suddenly approached and called out, Rebecca. Rebecca now did not know what to do. After some time, Octavio slammed his cane on the ground. Damn it, he shouted angrily. She dares to disregard me. At that time, Rebecca smiled and announced to everyone, I will not become a saint, because I can't imagine a life without Zeppelin. The more Octavio thought about it, the more he felt confused. Didn't she want to leave Zeppelin? Then why did not she leave when I opened the way for her to go? Could it be that I overestimated that woman? He recalled Zeppelin's reprimand. Octavio, did not I tell you not to do unnecessary things? This made him not know what to do. Even the Earl is starting to become more difficult for me to control. Sweat dripped down his face. If I can't sway him with my own power. Just then, a knock rang out from the outside. Octavio uncomfortably stepped out. What is it? The subordinate quickly announced. Lady Alicia has left her room. A cruel smile bloomed on his face. I understand. The Earl still has another doll. He had intended to take advantage of Alicia, the discarded doll. On this side, she was walking while secretly thinking. I thought everything was over. Things were not at all like she had calculated, that the brat Rebecca would be kicked out, and my becoming countess would be inevitable. When Zeppelin had asked Octavio, how can I have children without touching her too much? He showed a forced smile on his face. Since the holy disease is not hereditary, I can still have children, right? The more she thought about it, the more she felt resentment. No, even if he abandons Rebecca. Alicia knew the important thing. He won't give up on the child that she will give birth to. She put her hand on her stomach. If so, our child. She had a knife ready in her hand. Mom will protect you, my love. Alicia quickly stepped to the door of Rebecca's room. While she was preparing to act, Octavio asked, what are you planning to do with that small knife? He quickly stepped forward and announced, even if you swing it with that weak strength, you won't be able to inflict a fatal wound. His expression was somewhat serious. I have told you many times that you should think carefully before acting. Octavio moved closer and reminded, since things have turned out this way, I will help you once more. Alicia still did not understand what was going on. What do you mean? He quickly pulled out a strange bottle of medicine. What is in this bottle is Dakota rattlesnake venom. This made her complexion completely change. Venom. But he felt very excited. What is wrong? Are you afraid when it is time to kill? Don't worry. This type of venom is famous for making people feel like they are falling asleep, so you won't have to suffer much pain. Octavio's voice haunted her. Or will you stand there like an idiot and be pushed back to where you started? Alicia immediately snatched the bottle of medicine. I said never. But there was something scary in her eyes. She slowly reached for the door. Time returned to before, when Alicia was constantly running. Zeppelin. But Zeppelin's carriage had gone far. This made her sit down in despair. I was too sure that we would get back together. Alicia knew herself well. In a small town in the countryside, having an appearance like mine looks like a curse. That place was not good for her. People stared at me with disgusting eyes, wanting to possess me, so I wanted to leave here as soon as possible. Just then, Octavio stepped forward and praised. Her beauty is indeed all right. Alicia turned her head in confusion. Who are you? Octavio smiled very triumphantly. Did you think that the Earl of Devonshire would marry someone like you? She was still about to say something more. If he had a little more time, he could have done it already. Suddenly, he interrupted. I will help you. Octavio quickly stepped forward and put his hand on his chest. If you listen to me, you will become the countess. How about it? Back in reality, Alicia slowly opened the door to the room. She quickly approached Rebecca's bed. She was still fast asleep and did not know anything. This made her a little hesitant and did not know what to do. Rebecca, I never hated you. I will never forget the moment I first met you. At that time, Rebecca gently asked, Are you all right? Her face was always filled with happiness. Alicia, the dessert today is very delicious. I also wanted you to enjoy the dessert, so I brought some for you. This made her silent for a long time. When she looked at me, those blue eyes gently curved up. I really felt. Both of them had once gotten along well. I thought that living next to you as a servant was not too bad. But Octavio constantly whispered in her ear, You can become like that too. Alicia's thoughts gradually changed. Affection became admiration. Her eyes slowly looked towards Rebecca. Admiration. Now only malice remained. She grumbled when she saw Rebecca and Zeppelin being close, becoming envy. The hand holding Alicia's bottle of poison trembled. I also. She gritted her teeth. Can become like Rebecca. There was some despair in Alicia's voice. So please, just die, Miss Rebecca. Just then, Rebecca's voice rang out. Can you bear the consequences? It is unknown when she had woken up. The bottle of poison fell hard to the ground. Rebecca, seeing this, reminded her, Oh my, you should be more careful. Alicia still did not understand what was going on. Weren't you sleeping? She turned her head and asked in surprise. I can't believe it, but I did not expect you to try to kill me even in this state. Why? Her face continued to show a smile. Why are not you angry? I betrayed you. Very quickly, Alicia became angry. I repaid your kindness with betrayal. Why? Am I not even worthy of your anger? These things made her a little surprised. I did not expect you to be so aware of your mistakes. She quickly moved closer and asked, Tell me quickly, why did you try to kill me? What made you so desperate? Alicia helplessly recounted everything. Because I realized that the Earl did not intend to make me the Countess. I accidentally overheard. He said that he would have an heir with you. Even Rebecca was stunned upon hearing it. Said that you can still have children even if you have this holy disease. He had made preparations early on. What kind of forced smile did she show? Are you satisfied yet? Extremely happy yet? Are you happy to hear that the Earl still has not given up on you, even though you have become a monster like this? Just then, Rebecca started to laugh. She hugged her face and laughed loudly. The more she thought about it, the more she felt unreasonable. Zeppelin, this time he really did it. Treating me like a doll still was not enough. Now he wants to turn me into a birthing machine. Suddenly, she turned her head to look towards her. Alicia, why did you want to fall into hell like this? It seemed like Alicia could not bear it anymore. You, what do you know about hell? Do you know how scary it is when perverted men solicit you? Someone like you, who has always lived peacefully in the mansion. What do you know about that? Her eyes gradually became contemptuous. Even so, you should not have done that to me. These words made Alicia completely freeze. Julian, Rebecca continued to move closer and chat. I once valued you, Alicia. In the eyes below, there was only disappointment left. That is why I can't forgive you. She sighed and turned to leave. However, at the same time, she put her hand towards the drawer. I think we can still accompany each other for a while. A strange bottle of medicine was quickly brought out. Rebecca quickly decided, I will give you what you want. She smiled and looked towards Alicia, who stood there still. Will you also give me what I want? After some time, the doctor asked, Why did you drink something so dangerous for pregnant women? He looked in surprise at the bottle of medicine in his hand. This tea contains ingredients that cause infertility. His expression gradually became worried. This is so strong that just using it 10 times will make the effects obvious. Do not tell me you have already drank it. Alicia naively quickly recounted everything. No, I have not drank it yet, but because this is what Miss Rebecca said was beneficial, and gave it to me the day before. Listening to this made the doctor incredibly unbelievable. Then, could it be that Miss Rebecca has drank this? Alicia's whole body started to tremble. That is right. I saw her often enjoying it, about a month ago. She guessed something. So that means Miss Rebecca. Just then, Zeppelin quickly ran over. What is wrong? His expression became very worried. What happened to Rebecca? Her voice gradually became smaller. Earl. Zeppelin immediately moved closer. Alicia, tell me again, what did Rebecca drink? She decided to recount everything. She was clearly drinking a type of tea that causes infertility. These words made Zeppelin directly freeze. Infertility. The doctor on the side hurriedly supported him. Earl. He still could not believe it. Rebecca. Why would Rebecca drink something like that? Alicia continued to recall and recount everything. If it is that thing, I believe your mother gave it to her. This news made Zeppelin freeze. My mother. The palm of his hand clenched tightly. That woman. He angrily ordered loudly. Octavio, bring her here immediately. Octavio silently looked towards Alicia, and then secretly thought, Alicia, I thought you went out last night and did not achieve anything. What exactly are you plotting? At the same time, she also had her own plans. I am not your puppet, Octavio. There is a better way, so there is no need for bloodshed. On one side, Fabiola sighed and hugged her head. Oh, my head. She slowly stood up and walked forward. She even said to herself, I was once beautiful. This woman was Fabiola, Zeppelin's mother. Remembering Rebecca's beautiful face made Fabiola even more uncomfortable. Now, wherever I go, I hear Rebecca this, Rebecca that. She did not want to face this. No one talks about anything else besides that. Suddenly, the familiar figure of Octavio appeared. I did not expect you to still be in the bedroom at this hour. Or is this your daily habit? Fabiola uncomfortably turned her head and blamed. Octavio, I thought I told you not to barge into my room. He moved closer and quickly whispered, Between us, do we still need to be so polite? It seemed she did not care much. Yes, because there is nothing between us. Furthermore, you being here means that I have been discovered. Have not I? A thrilled smile appeared on his face. Madam has become quite sharp, but I wonder why you would do such a reckless thing. Octavio did not forget to hug her. Zeppelin has found out. I am so worried. His behavior is getting worse. Fabiola coldly reminded. I have told you many times. That child is not your biological son. Stop acting like you are his father. It seemed he did not care much. Well, only God knows that, right? Even you are not sure. This made her so angry that she went crazy. Shut up, if someone hears. What do you plan to do, no matter what anyone says? My son still carries the blood of the Devonshire family. Octavio moved closer and gently asked, All right, but more importantly, you did all of these things without a plan, right? His expression became even more terrifying. Just listen to me. I will take care of everything. Everything will be all right, Fabiola. In the late night, Rebecca sat quietly in this place. She reminded herself, there is not much time left. Just then, the familiar figure of Leo appeared. She called it in surprise. Leo. Seeing the piece of paper it brought caught her attention. This is. Inside was the content sent by Julian. Be strong. This made Rebecca laugh in surprise. I wonder how much paper your partner wasted to write this letter. Leo quickly moved closer and signaled to her. Rebecca immediately imagined the scene of Julian composing a letter for her. Don't tell me, 10 sheets. She gently stroked its head. You do not seem to mind my body odor. Her face gradually became sad. Julian, if he saw my face now. Rebecca asked herself, what expression would he have? It seemed like she still could not think optimistically. His Grace is originally a kind person, so he definitely would not directly say that he hates it, but he would still hate such a hideous face. Rebecca recalled Zeppelin's face, like Zeppelin's expression. Seeing that it looked strange made Rebecca call out, Leo. Just then, Zeppelin walked over. Rebecca. Seeing him made Leo call out uncomfortably. He coldly looked at this situation. How dare a cat wander in here? I will tell the guards. Rebecca immediately smiled and reminded. It is probably lost. I will release it behind the wall, so please do not worry. Be good. Go. He felt very confused. Rebecca, you are not feeling well. Why are you here at this hour? She smiled and explained. I am fine. Walking around is not difficult for me. Zeppelin was still about to say something more, but anyway, achoo. He hurriedly used his hand to cover his nose. How strange. I keep sneezing lately. This made him understand. Although the flowers are all withered, Rebecca, hearing this, nodded. You are right, but it seemed she had guessed something. Don't you have something you want to say to me? Zeppelin turned his head blankly. You noticed. How could I not notice? She sighed and spoke. Your mother's scream was enough to alarm this entire mansion. Inside the room, she heard Fabiola's voice. Mom was afraid that you would really abandon me if the child was born. So Mom had no choice. Rebecca's voice was somewhat desperate. Now then, there is really nothing left for me. Zeppelin hurriedly called out. Rebecca. He immediately comforted her. Don't say things like that. As soon as he touched her blister, it frightened him. Zeppelin's eyes seemed to want to avoid this. Seeing this, Rebecca showed a sad smile. See, even touching me makes you hesitate, just admit it. She continued to look towards him. That the person you love has disappeared. Her hand slowly reached forward. So, she gently put her hand on her chest. It is okay if you abandon me. Rebecca quickly turned on her acting mode. Because I love you, I can accept anything. This made Zeppelin very hesitant. Rebecca. He did not know what he should do. The time passed by in this place. Octavio smiled and asked, Are you awake, Your Grace? Zeppelin sighed and hugged his head. I just had a nightmare. They said Rebecca is infertile. He seriously announced. Unfortunately, that is not a dream. This caught his attention. So, that means, at that time, Rebecca gently spoke. It is okay if you abandon me. Zeppelin did not know what to do. Is it all true? He helplessly asked. Octavio, what should I do now? He bowed his head and said what he was thinking. It is simple. You just have to throw away things that have run out of value. Anyway, there are always new things to replace them. This made Zeppelin very helpless. But I love Rebecca. What can replace love? Octavio continued to ask. Your Grace, what did you love about Miss Rebecca? He was silent for a moment. Then. Zeppelin recalled Rebecca's face. Her blonde hair shone brilliantly under the sunlight. Both her nose and beautiful lips too. And eyes like an ocean that make people unable to help but sink into. Looking at her current appearance made him helpless. Haven't those things disappeared? At the same time, Octavio quickly comforted. I also think it is really a pity, but Miss Rebecca is not worth as much as your entire kingdom, right? You have a child who will soon be born. His voices constantly whispered. Who knows, maybe Alicia will give birth to a daughter who looks just like you. Zeppelin's eyes immediately widened. A child exactly like me. He put one foot down on the ground below. You must be firm. A bright smile bloomed on his face. If you want something, take it. If you do not need it anymore, throw it away. Is not that what I always taught you? Zeppelin was as if he had been hypnotized by him. That is right. If I do not need it anymore, then I can throw it away. Time seemed to stop flowing in this room.